Aho, Mitakuye Yase. Hello, all my relations. Welcome, welcome. My name is The Lucky Coyote, and today we are going to be reading The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. I want to thank you all for coming out on this Valentine's Day. I hope you have a good time. So let's get to it. Group A, the Prologue. When in April the sweet showers fall, pierce the drought of March to the root and all. The veins are bathed in liquor of such power as brings about the endearing of the flower. When also Zephyrus was his sweet breath, exhales an air in every grove and heath. Upon the tender shoots and the young sun is half course in the sign of the ram has run, and the small fowl are making melody that sleep away the night with open eye, so nature pricks them and their heart engages. Then people long to go on pilgrimages, and palmers long to seek the stranger strands of far-off saints hallowed in sundry lands, and specially from every shire's end of England down to Canterbury they wend, to seek the holy blissful martyr, quick to give his help to them when they were sick. It happened in that season one day, in Southwark the tabard as I lay, ready to go on pilgrimage and start for Canterbury, most devout at heart. At night there came into that hostelry some 29 in a company of sundry folk happened then to fall in fellowship, and they were pilgrims all, that towards Canterbury meant to ride. The rooms and stables of the inn were wide. They made us easy, all was of the best, and briefly when the sun had gone to rest, I'd spoken to them all upon the trip, and was soon one with them in fellowship, pledged to rise early and to take the way to Canterbury, as you heard me say. But none the less, while I have time and space, before my story takes a further pace, it seems reasonable thing to say what their condition was, the full array of each of them as it appeared to me, according to profession and degree, and what apparel they were riding in, and at a knight I therefore will begin. There was a knight, a most distinguished man, for who from the day on which he first began to ride abroad that and followed chivalry, truth, honor, generousness, and courtesy, he had done nobly in his sovereign's war, and ridden into battle no man more, as well in Christian as in heathen places, and ever honored for his noble graces. When we took Alexandria he was there, he often sat at table in the chair of honor above all nations, when in Prussia, in Lithuania he had ridden, and Russia. No Christian man so often of his rank, when in Granada Algersians sank. Under assault he had been there, and in North Africa raiding Benemer. In Anatolia he had been as well, and fought when Eris and Attila fell. For all along the Mediterranean coast he had embarked with many a noble host. In 15 mortal battles he had been, and jousted for our faith at Tremesin. thrice in the lists, and always killed his man, this same distinguished knight had led the van. Once with the Bay of Balt doing work for him against another heathen Turk. He was of sovereign value in all eyes, and though so much distinguished, he was wise, and in his bearing modest as a maid, he never yet a boorish thing had said. In all his life, to any, come what might, he was a true, a perfect, gentle knight. Speaking of his equipment, he possessed fine horses, but he was not gaily dressed. He wore a Faustian tunic stained and dark, with smudges where his armor had left mark. Just home from service he had joined our ranks, to do his pilgrimage and render thanks. He had his son with him, a fine young squire, a lover and cadet, a lad of fire, with locks as curly as if they had been pressed. He was some 20 years of age, I guessed. In stature he was of moderate length, with wonderful agility and strength. He had seen some service with the cavalry in Flanders and Artois and Picardy, and had done valiantly in little space of time in hope to win his lady's grace. He was embroidered like a meadow bright, and full of freshest flowers, red and white. Singing he was, or flirting all the day. He was as fresh as in the month of May. Short was his gown, the sleeves were long and wide. He knew the way to sit a horse and ride. He could make songs and poems and recite, knew how to joust and dance, to draw and write. He loved so hotly that until dawn grew pale, he slept as little as a nightingale. Courteous he was, lowly and serviceable, and carved to serve his father at the table. There was a yeoman with him at his side, no other servant, so he chose to ride. This yeoman wore a coat and a hood of green, and peacock-feathered arrows, bright and keen, and neatly sheathed hung at his belt the while, for he could dress his gear in yeoman style. His arrows never dropped their feathers low, and in his hand he bore a mighty bow. His head was like a nut, his face was brown, he knew the whole of woodcraft up and down. A saucy brace was on his arm to ward it from the bowstring, and shield and sword hung at one side, and at the other slipped a jaunty dirk, spear sharp, well equipped. A medal of St. Christopher he wore, of shining silver on his breast, and bore a hunting horn as well slung and burnished clean, that dangled from a baldric of bright green. He was a proper forester, I guess. There also was a nun, a prioress. Her way of smiling very simple and coy. Her greatest oath was only, by Saint Loy. And she was known as Madame Elgantine, and well she sang a service, with a fine intoning through her nose, as was most seemly, and she spoke daintily in French extremely, after the school of Stafford Attar Bow. French in the Paris style she did not know. At meat her manners were well taught withal. No morsel from her lips did she let fall, nor dipped her fingers in the sauce too deep, but she could carry a morsel up and keep the smallest drop from falling on her breast. For courtliness she had a special zest, and she would wipe her upper lip so clean that not a trace of grease was to be seen. Upon the cup when she had drunk to eat, she reached a hand sedately for the meat. She certainly was very entertaining, pleasant and friendly in her ways, and straining to counterfeit a courtly kind of grace, a stately bearing fitting her to her place, and to seem dignified in all her dealings. As for her sympathies and tender feelings, she was so charitably solicitous, she used to weep if she saw but a mouse caught in a trap, if it were dead or bleeding, and she had little dogs she would be feeding, with roasted flesh or milk or fine white bread, and bitterly she wept if one were dead, or someone took a stick and made it smart. She was all sentiment and tender heart. Her veil was gathered in a seemly way, her nose was elegant, her eyes glass grey, her mouth was very small but soft and red, her forehead certainly was fair of spread, almost a span across the brows I own. She was indeed by no means undergrown. Her cloak, I noticed, had a graceful charm. She wore a coral trinket on her arm, a set of beads, the gaudies tricked in green, whence hung a golden brooch of brightest sheen, on which there first was graven a crowned A, and lower, Amor vincit omnia. Another nun, the secretary at her cell, was riding with her, and 3 priests as well. A monk there was, one of the finest sort, who rode the country, hunting was his sport. A manly man to be an abbot able, many a dainty horse he had in his stable. His bridle when he rode a man might hear, jingling in a whistling wind as clear. Aye, and as loud as does the chapel bell, where my lord monk was prior of the cell. The rule of good Saint Bennet or Saint Maur, as old and strict he tended to ignore. He let go by the things of yesterday, and took the modern world's more spacious way. He did not rate that text at plucked at pen, which says that hunters are not holy men, and that a monk uncloistered is a mere fish out of water flapping on the pier. That is to say, a monk out of his cloister. That was a text he held not worth an oyster. And I agreed and said his views were sound. Was he to study till his head went round? Poring over books and cloisters must he toil, as Austin bade till the very soil? Was he to leave the world upon the shelf? Let Austin have his labor to himself. This monk was therefore a good man to horse. Greyhounds he had as swift as birds to course. Hunting a hare or riding at fence was all his fun, he spared for no expense. I saw his sleeves were garnished at the hand with fine grey fur, the finest in the land, and on his hood to fasten it at his chin he had a wrought gold cunningly fashioned pin. Into a lover's knot it seemed to pass. His head was bald and shone like looking glass. So did his face, as if it had been greased. He was a fat and personable priest. His prominent eyeballs never seemed to settle. They glittered like the flames beneath a kettle. Supple his boots, his horse in fine condition. He was a prelate fit for exhibition. He was not pale like a tormented soul. He liked a fat swan best, and roasted whole. His palfrey was brown as a berry. There was a friar, a wanton one and merry, a limiter with a very festive fellow. In all 4 orders there was none so mellow, so glib with gallant phrase and well-turned speech. He'd fixed up many a marriage, giving each of his young women that he could offer. He was a noble pillar to his order. Highly beloved and intimate was he with country folk within his boundary, and city dames of honor and possessions, for he was qualified to hear confessions. Or so he said, with more than priestly scope. He had a special license from the Pope. Sweetly he heard his penitents adrift, with pleasant absolution for a gift. He was an easy man in penance given, where he could hope to make a decent living. It is sure sign whenever gifts are given to a poor order that a man's well shriven. And should he give enough, he knew in verity, the penitent repented in sincerity. For many a fellow is so hard of heart, he cannot weep for all his inward smart. Therefore, instead of weeping and of prayer, one should give silver for a poor friar's care. He kept his tuppet stuffed with pins for curls, and pocket knives to give to pretty girls. And certainly his voice was gay and sturdy, for he sang well and played the hurdy-gurdy. At sing-songs he was champion of the hour, his neck was whiter than a lily flower, but strong enough to butt a bruiser down. He knew the taverns well in every town, and every innkeeper and barmaid too, better than lepers, beggars, and that crew. For in so eminent a man as he, it was not fitting with the dignity of his position dealing with a scum of wretched lepers nothing good can come. Of commerce with such slum and gutter dwellers, but only with the rich and victual sellers. But anywhere a profit might accrue, courteous he was and lowly of service too. Natural gifts like his were hard to match. He was the finest beggar of his batch. And for his begging district paid a rent. His brethren did no poaching where he went. For though a window mightn't have a shoe, so pleasant was his holy how d'ye do. He got his farthing from her just the same before he left, and so his income came to more than he laid out, and how he romped, just like a puppy, he was ever prompt to arbitrate disputes on settling days for a small fee in many helpful ways. Not then appearing as your cloistered scholar, with threadbare habit hardly worn a dollar, but much more like a doctor or a pope. Of double worsted was the semi-cope upon his shoulders, and the swelling fold about him like a bell about its mould. When it is casting rounded out his dress, he lisped a little out of wantonness, to make his English sweet upon the tongue, when he had played his harp or having sung. His eyes would twinkle in his head as bright as any star upon a frosty night. This worthy's name was Hubert, it appeared. There was a merchant with a forking beard, and motley dress high on his horse he sat, upon his head a Flemish beaver hat, and on his feet daintily buckled boots. He told of his opinions and pursuits. In solemn tones he harped on his increase of capital there should be sea police. He thought upon the Harwich Holland rages. He was an expert at dabbling in exchanges. This estimable merchant so had set his wits to work, none knew he was in debt. He was so stately in administration, in loans and bargains and negotiation. He was an excellent fellow all the same. To tell the truth, I do not know his name. An Oxford cleric, still student though, one who had taken logic long ago. Was there his horse was thinner than a rake, and he was not too fat, I undertake, but had a hollow look, a sober stare, the thread upon his overcoat was bare. He had found no preferment in the church, and he was too unworldly to make search for secular employment. By his bed he preferred having 20 books in red and black of Aristotle's philosophy than costly clothes, fiddle, or psaltery. Though a philosopher, as I have told, he had not found the stone for making gold. Whatever money from his friends he took, he spent on learning or another book, and prayed for them most earnestly, returning thanks to them thus for paying for his learning. His only care was study, and indeed he never spoke a word more than was need. Formal at that, respectful in the extreme, short, to the point, and lofty in his theme. A tone of moral virtue filled his speech, and gladly would he learn and gladly teach. A sergeant of the law at the law who paid his calls, wary and wise, for clients at St. Paul's. There also was of noted excellence, discreet he was, a man to reverence. Or so he seemed, as sayings were so wise. He often had been justice of Assisi. By letters patent and in full commission, his fame and learning and his high position had worn him many a robe and many a fee. There was no such conveyancer as he. All was fee simple to his strong digestion. Not one conveyance could be called in question. Though there was nowhere one so busy as he was less busy than he seemed to be. He knew of every judgment, case, and crime ever recorded since King William's time. He could dictate defenses or draft deeds. No one could pinch a comma from his screeds. And he knew every statue off by route. He wrote, he wore a homely party-colored coat. Girt was silken belt of pinstripe stuff. Of his appearance I have said enough. There was a Franklin with him, it appeared, white as a daisy petal with his beard, a sanguine man, high-colored and benign. He loved a morning sop of cake and wine. He lived for pleasure, and had always done, for he was Epicurus's very son, in whose opinion sensual delight was the one true felicity in sight. As noted as St. Julian was for bounty, he made his household free to all the country. His bread, his ale, were finest of the fine, and no one had a better stock of wine. His house was never short of baked meat pies, of fish and flesh, and those in such supplies. It positively snowed with meat and drink, and all the dainties that a man could think. According to the seasons of the year, changes of dish were ordered to appear. He kept fat partridges in coops beyond. Many a bream and pike were in his pond. Woe to the cook unless the sauce was hot and sharp, or if he wasn't on the spot. And in his hall a table stood arrayed, and ready all day long with places laid. As justice at the seasons none stood higher. He often had been member for the shire. A dagger and a little purse of silk hung at his girdle, white as morning milk. As sheriff, he checked audit every entry. He was a model among the landed gentry. A haberdasher, a dyer, a carpenter, a weaver, and a carpet maker were among our ranks, all in the livery of one impressive guild fraternity. They were so trim and fresh as fresh their gear would pass, for new. Their knives were not tricked out with brass, but wrought with the purest silver which avouches, like a display on girdles and on pouches. Each seemed a worthy burgess fit to grace a guild hall with a seat upon the dais. Their wisdom would have justified a plan to make each one of them an alderman. They had the capital and revenue, besides their wives declared it was their due, and they did not think so, then they ought. To be called madam is a glorious thought, and so is going to church and being seen, having your mantle carried like a queen. They had a cook with them who stood alone, for boiling chicken with a marrow bone, sharp flavoring powder and spice for savor. He could distinguish London ale by flavor, and he could roast and seethe and broil and fry, make good thick soup and bake a tasty pie. But what a pity, so it seemed to me, that he should have an ulcer on his knee. As for blancmange, he made it with the best. There was a skipper hailing from the west. He came from Dartmouth, so I understood. He rode a farmer's horse as best he could, in a woolen gown that reached to his knee, a dagger on a lanyard falling free, hung from his neck, under his arm and down. The summer heat had tanned his color brown, and certainly he was an excellent fellow, many a draught of vintage, red and yellow. He'd drawn at Bordeaux while the traders snored. The nicer rules of conscience he ignored. If, when he fought, the enemy vessels sank, he sent his prisoners home, they walked the plank. As for his skill in reckoning his tides, currents and many other risk besides, moons, harbors, pilots, he had such dispatch that none from Hull to Carthage was his match. Hardly he was prudent in undertaking, his beard in many a tempest and its shaking, and he knew all the havens as they were, from Gotland to the Cape of Finisterre, and every creek in Brittany and Spain. The barge he owned was called the Madeleine. A doctor, too, emerged as we proceeded. No one alive could talk as well as he did, on points of medicine and of surgery, for being grounded in astronomy. He watched his patient closely for the hours, when by his horoscope he knew the powers of favorable planets then ascendant, worked on the images for his dependent. The cause of every malady you'd got, he knew, and whether dry, cold, moist, or hot. He knew their seat, their humor and condition. He was a perfect practicing physician. These causes being known for what they were, he gave the man his medicine, and then there, all his apothecaries in a tribe were ready with the drugs he would prescribe, and each made money from the other's guile. They had been friendly for a goodish while. He was well versed in Asclepius, too, and he knew what Hippocrates and Rufus knew, and Dioscorides, now dead and gone, Galen and Rhazes, Hali, Seraphon, Averrones, Averencia, Constantine, Scotch Bernard, John of Gladstone, Gilbertine. In his own diet he observed some measure. There were no superfluities for his pleasure, only digestives, nutritives, and such. He did not read the Bible very much. In blood-red garments slashed with bluish gray, and lined with taffeta, he rode his way. Yet he was rather close as to expert expenses. as kept the gold he won in pestilences. Gold stimulates the heart, or so we're told. He therefore had a special love of gold. A worthy woman from beside Bath City was with us, somewhat deaf, which was a pity. In making cloth she showed so great a bent, she bettered those of Ypres and of Ghent. In all the parish not a dame dared stir toward the altar steps in front of her, and if indeed they did, so wrath was she, as to be quite put out of charity. Her kerchiefs were of finely woven ground. I dared have sworn they weighed a good 10 pound. The ones she wore on Sunday on her head, her hose were of the finest scarlet red, and gartered tight her shoes were soft and new. Bold was her face, handsome and red in hue. A worthy woman all her life, what's more, she'd have 5 husbands all at the church's door. Apart from other company in youth, no need just now to speak of that forsooth. And she had thrice been to Jerusalem, seen many strange rivers, and passed over them. She'd been to Rome, and also to Boulogne, St. James of Compostela, and Cologne. And she was skilled in wandering by the way. She had gapped teeth set widely, truth to say. Easily on ambling horse she sat, well wimpled up, and on her head a hat, as broad as in buckler or a shield. She had a flowing mantle that concealed large hips, her heels spurred shapely under that. In company she liked to laugh and chat, and knew the remedies for love's mischances, an art in which she knew the oldest dances. A holy-minded man of good renown there was, and poor, the parson to a town. Yet he was rich in holy thought and work. He also was a learned man, clerk, who knew Christ's gospel and would preach it devoutly to parishioners and teach it, benign and wonderfully delight, and patient when adversity was sent. For so he proved in much adversity. He hated cursing to extort a fee. Nay, rather, he preferred beyond a doubt giving to poor parishioners round about, both from church offerings and his property. He could in little find sufficiency. Wide was his parish, with houses far asunder, yet he neglected not in rain or thunder, in sickness or in grief, to pay a call on the remotest, whether great or small. Upon his feet and in his hand a stave, this noble example to his sheep he gave. That first he wrought, and afterwards he taught, and it was from the gospel he had caught those words that he found that he would add to this figure too, that if gold rust, what then will iron do? For if a priest be foul, in whom we trust, no wonder that a common man should rust. And shame it is to see, let priests take stock, a shitten shepherd and a snowy flock. The true example that a priest should give is one of cleanliness, how the sheep should live. He did not set his benefice to hire, and leave his sheep encumbered in the mire, or run to London to earn easy bread, by singing masses for the wealthy dead, or find some brotherhood and get enrolled. He stayed at home and watched over his fold, so that no wolf should make the sheep miscarry. He was a shepherd and no mercenary. Holy and virtuous he was, but then never contemptuous of sinful men, never disdainful, never too proud or fine, but was discreet in teaching and benign. His business was to show a fair behavior, and draw men thus to heaven and their Saviour. Unless indeed a man were obstinate, and speech, whether of high or low estate, he put to sharp rebuke, to say the least. I think there never was a better priest. He thought no pomp or glory in his dealings, no scrupulosity had spiced his feelings. Christ and his 12 apostles and their lore, he taught but followed it himself before. There was a ploughman with him there, his brother. Many a load of dung one time or other, he must have carted through the morning dew. He was an honest worker, good and true, living in peace and perfect charity, and as the gospel bade him, so did he, loving God best with all his heart and mind, and then his neighbor as himself repined. At no misfortune slacked for no content, for steadily about his work he went, to thrash his corn, to dig or to manure, or to make a ditch, and he would help the poor, for love of Christ and never take a penny, if he could help it, and as prompt as any. He paid his tithes in full when they were due, on what he owned, and on his earnings too. He wore a tabard smock and rode a mare. There was a reeve and also a miller there, a colleague manciple from the inns of court, a papal pardoner, and, in close consort, a church court summoner, riding at a trot, and finally myself. That was the lot. The miller was a chap of 16 stone, a great stout fellow, big in brawn and bone. He did well out of them, for he could go and win the ram at any wrestling show. Broad, knotty, and short-shouldered, he would boast. He could heave any door off hinge and post, or take a run and break it with his head. His beard, like any sow or fox, was red, and broad as well as though it were a spade, and at its very tip his nose displayed a wart on which there stood a tuft of hair, red as the bristles in an old sow's ear. His nostrils were as black as they were wide. He had a sword and buckler at his side. His mighty mouth was like a furnace door. A wrangler and buffoon he had a store of tavern stories, filthy as in the main. His was a master hand at stealing grain. He felt it with his thumb, and thus he knew its quality, and took 3 times his due. A thumb of gold, by God, to gauge a note. He wore a hood of blue and a white coat. He liked to play his bagpipes up and down, and that was how he brought us out of town. The manciple came from Inner Temple. All caterers might follow his example. In buying victuals he was never rash, whenever he brought on credit or paid cash. He used to watch the market most precisely, and got in first, so he did quite nicely. Now isn't it a marvel of God's grace that an illiterate fellow can outpace the wisdom of a heap of learned men? His masters, he had more than 30 then, all vested in the abstrusest legal knowledge, could have produced a dozen from their college, fit to be stewards in land and rents and game, to any peer in England you could name, and show him how to live on what he had, debt-free, unless, of course, the peer were mad, or be as frugal as he might desire, and make them fit to help about the shire. In any legal case there was to try, and yet this manciple could wipe their eye. The reeve was old and choleric and thin. His beard was shaven closely to the skin. His shorn hair came abruptly to a stop above his ears, and he was docked on top. Just like a priest in front, his legs were lean, like sticks they were, no calf was to be seen. He kept his bins and garters very trim, no auditor could gain a point on him, and he could judge by watching drought and rain the yield he might expect from seed and grain. His master's sheep, his animals and hens, pigs, horses, dairies, stores, and cattle pens, were wholly trusted to his government. He had not been under contract to present the accounts right from his master's earliest years. No one had ever caught him in the arrears. No bailiff, serf, or herdsman dared to kick. He knew their dodges, knew their every trick. Feared like the plague he was by those beneath. He had a lovely dwelling on the heath, shadowed in green by trees above the sward, a better hand at bargains than his lord. He had grown rich and had store of treasure, well tucked away, yet out it came to pleasure. His lord with subtle loans or gifts of goods, to earn his thanks, and even coats and hoods. When young he'd learnt a useful trade, and still he was a carpenter of first-rate skill. The stallion cob he rode at a slow trot was dapple grey and bore the name of Scott. He wore an overcoat of bluish shade, and rather long he had a rusty blade. Slung at his side he came, as I heard tell, from Norfolk, near a place called Balderswell. His coat was tucked under his belt and splayed. He rode the hindmost of our cavalcade. There was a summoner with us at that inn, his face on fire like a cherubim. For he had carbuncles, his eyes were narrow, he was as hot and lecherous as a sparrow. Black scabby brows he had, and a thin beard. Children were afraid when he appeared. No quicksilver, lead ointment, tartar creams, no brimstone, no boractic, so it seems, could make a salve that had the power to bite, clean up or cure his whelks of knobby white, or purge the pimples sitting on his cheeks. Garlic he loved, and onions too, and leeks, and drinking strong red wine till all was hazy. Then he would shout and jabber as if crazy, and wouldn't speak a word except in Latin. When he was drunk, such tags as he was pattin'. He only had a few, say 2 or 3, that he had mugged up out of some decree. No wonder, for he had heard them every day, and as you know, a man can teach a jay to call out Walter better than the Pope. But had you tried to test his wits and grope, for more you'd have found nothing in the bag than questo quid juris was his tag. He was a noble varlet and a kind one. You'd meet none better if you were to find one. Why, he'd allow, just for a quart of wine, any good lad to keep a concubine. A 12-month and dispense him altogether, and he had finches of his own to feather. And if he found some rascal with a maid, he would instruct him not to be afraid, in such a case of the archdeacon's curse, unless the rascal's soul were in his purse. For in his purse the punishment should be, purse is all good archdeacon's hell, said he. But well I know he lied in what he said. A curse should put a guilty man in dread, for curses kill as shriveling brings salvation. As shriving brings salvation. We should beware of excommunication. Thus, as he pleased, the man could bring duress on any young fellow in the diocese. He knew their secrets, they did what he said, He wore a garland set upon his head, large as the holly bush upon a stake, outside an alehouse, and he had a cake, a round one, which it was his joke to wield, as if it were intended for a shield. He and a gentle pardoner rode together, a bird from Charing Cross of the same feather. Just back from visiting the court of Rome, he loudly sang, "Come hither, love, come home." The summoner sang deep seconds to this song. No trumpet ever sounded half so strong. This pardoner had hair as yellow as wax, hanging down smoothly like a hank of flax. In driblets fell his locks behind his head, down to his shoulders, which they overspread. Thinly they fell, like rat tails one by one. He wore no hood upon his head for fun. The hood inside his wallet had been stowed. He aimed at riding in the latest mode, but for a little cap his head was bare, and he had bulging eyeballs like a hare. He'd sewed a holy relic on his cap. His wallet lay before him on his lap, brimful of pardons come from Rome all hot. He had the same small voice a goat has got. His chin no beard had harbored nor would harbor. Smoother than ever chin was left by barber. I judge he was a gelding or a mare. As to his trade from Berwick down to Ware, there was no pardoner of equal grace, for in his trunk he had a pillow-case, which he asserted was Our Lady's veil. He said he had a goblet of the sale. St. Peter had the time when he made bold to walk the waves till Jesu Christ took hold. He had a cross of metal set with stones, and in a glass a rubble of pigs' bones. And with these relics any time he found some poor up country parson to astound. In one short day in money down he drew more than the parsons in a month or two, and by his flatteries and prevarication made monkeys of the priest and congregation. But still, to do him justice first and last, in church he was of noble ecclesiast. How well he read a lesson or told a story, but best of all he sang an offertory. For well he knew that when that song was sung, he'd have to preach and tune his honey tongue. And well he could win silver from the crowd. That's why he sang so merrily and loud. Now I have told you shortly, in a clause, the rank, the array, the number, and the cause of our assembly in this company, in Southwark, at that high-class hostelry, known as the Tabard, the close beside the Bell. And now the time has come for me to tell how we behaved that evening. I'll begin, after we had alighted at the inn. Then I'll report our journey, stage by stage, all the remainder of our pilgrimage. But first I beg of you, in courtesy, not to condemn me as unmannerly, if I speak plainly and with no concealings, and give account of all their words and dealings, using their very phrases as they fell, for certainly, as you all know so well, he who repeats a tale after a man is bound to say, as nearly as he can, each single word if he remembers it, however rudely spoken or unfit, or else the tale he tells will be untrue. These things pretended, and the phrases new. He may not flinch, although it were his brother. He may as well say one word as another. And Christ himself spoke broad in Holy Writ, yet there is no scurrility in it. And Plato says, for those with power to read, the word should be as cousin to the deed. Further, I beg you to forgive me if I neglect the order and degree, and what is due to rank in what I have planned. I am short of wit, as you will understand. Our host gave us great welcome, everyone, was given a place, and supper was begun. He served the finest victuals you could think. The wine was strong, and we were glad to drink. A very striking man, our host withal, and fit to be a marshal in a hall. His eyes were bright, his girth a little wide, but there is no finer burgess in Cheapside. Both bold in speech, yet wise and full of tact, there was no manly attribute he lacked. What's more, he was a merry-hearted man. After our meal he jokingly began to talk of sport, and, among other things, after we'd settled up our reckonings, he said as follows: "Truly, gentlemen, you're very welcome, and I can't think when. Upon my word, I'm telling you no lie. I've seen a gathering here that looked so spry. No, not this year, as in tavern now. I'd think you up some fun if I knew how. And as it happens, a thought has just occurred, to please you, costing nothing, on my word. You're off to Canterbury. Well, Godspeed. Blessed St. Thomas answer your need. And I don't doubt, therefore, before the journey's done, you mean to while the time in tales and fun. Indeed, there's little pleasure for your bones, riding along and all as dumb as stones. So let me then propose for your enjoyment, just as I said, a suitable employment. And if my notion suits, and you agree, and promise to submit yourselves to me, playing your parts exactly as I say, tomorrow as you ride along the way, then by my father's soul, and he is dead, if you don't like it, you can have my head. Hold up your hands, and not another word. Well, our opinion was not long deferred. It seemed not worth a serious debate. We all agreed to it at any rate, and bade him issue what commands he would. My lords, he said, now listen for your good, and please don't treat my notion with disdain. This is the point, I'll make it short and plain. Each one of you shall help to make things slip by telling 2 stories on the outward trip. To Canterbury, that's what I intend. And on the homeward way to journey's end, another 2 tales from the days of old, and then the man whose story is best told, that is to say, who gives the fullest measure of good morality and general pleasure. He shall be given a supper paid by all, here in this tavern, in this very hall, when we come back again from Canterbury, and in the hope to keep you bright and merry, I'll go along with you myself and ride, all at my own expense, and serve as guide. I'll be the judge, and those who won't obey shall pay for what we spend upon the way. Now, if you all agree to what you've heard, tell me at once without another word, and I will make arrangements early for it. Of course, we all agreed. In fact, we swore it delightedly, and made entreaty too, that he should act as he proposed to do, become our governor, in short, and be judge of our tales and guidance and general referee, and set the supper at a certain price. We promised to be ruled by his advice. Come high, come low, unanimously thus, we set him up in judgment over us. More wine was fetched, the business being done. We drank it off, and up went everyone. To bed without a moment of delay. Early the next morning, at the spring of day, up rose our host, and roused us like a cock, gathering us together in a flock. And off we rode at slightly faster pace than walking to St. Thomas's watering place. And there our host drew up, began to ease his horse, and said, Now listen, if you please. My lords, remember what you promised me. If even song and matins will agree, let's see who shall be first to tell a tale. And as I hope to drink good wine and ale, I'll be your judge, the rebel who disobeys. However much the journey costs, he pays. Now draw for cut, and then we can depart. The man who draws the shortest cut shall start. My lord the knight, he said, step up to me, and draw your cut, for that is my decree. And come you near, my lady prioress, and you, sir cleric, drop your shamefulness. No studying now, a hand from every man. Immediately the draw for lots began. And to tell shortly how the matter went, whether by chance or fate or accident, the truth is this, the cut fell to the knight, which everybody greeted with delight. And tell his tale he must, as reason was, because our agreement, and because he too had sworn. What more was there to say? For when this good man saw how matters lay, being by wisdom and obedience driven, to keep a promise he had freely given, he said, since it's for me to start the game, why, welcome be the cut in good God's name. Now let us ride, and listen to what I say. And at the word we started on our way. And in a cheerful style he then began at once to tell his tale, and thus it ran. This next part is tale. Sorry, that's a K. Part 1. Stories of old have made it known to us that there was a duke called Theseus, ruler of Athens, lord and governor, and in his time so great a conqueror. There was none mightier beneath the sun, and many a rich country he had won. What with his wisdom and his troops of horse, he had subdued the Amazons by force, and all their realm once known as Scythia, but then called Femine, Hippolyta. Their queen he took to wife, and, says the story, he brought her home in solemn pomp and glory. Also her younger sister Emily, and thus victorious, and with minstrelsy, I leave this noble duke for Athens bound, with all his host of men-at-arms around. And were it not too long to tell again, I would have fully pictured the campaign, in which his men-at-arms and he had won those territories from the Amazon, and the great battle that was given then between those women and the Athenian men, or told you how Hippolyta had been besieged and taken, fair courageous queen, and what a feast there was when they were married, and after that, and after of the tempests that had harried their homecoming. I pass these over now, having, God knows, a larger field to plough. Weak are my oxen for such mighty stuff. What I have yet to tell is long enough. I won't delay the others of our rout. Let every fellow tell his tale about, and see who wins the supper at the inn. Where I left off, let me again begin. This duke I mentioned ere lighting down, and on the very outskirts of the town, in all felicity and height of pride, became aware, casting an eye aside, that kneeling on the highway 2 by 2, a company of ladies were in view, all clothed in black, each pair in proper station, behind the other, and such lamentation, and cries they uttered, it was past conceiving. The world had never heard such a noise of grieving. nor did they hold their misery in check, till they grasped bridle at the horse's neck. Who may you be that, at my coming, so perturb my festival with cries of woe? Said Theseus, do you grudge the celebration of these my honors with your lamentation? Who can have injured you, or who offended? And tell me if the matter may be mended, and why it is that you are clothed in black. The eldest of these ladies answered back, fainting a little in such deadly fashion, that but to see and hear her stirred compassion, and said, O sir, whom fortune has made glorious in conquest and in sending home victorious, we do not grudge your glory in our grief, but rather beg your mercy and relief. Have pity on our sorrowful distress, some drop of pity in your nobleness. On this unhappy women let there fall, for sure there is not one among us all that was not once a duchess or a queen, though wretches now as may truly be truly seen. Thanks be to fortune and her treacherous wheel, that suffers no estate on earth to feel. Secure and waiting on your presence we, here at the shrine of goddess clemency, have watched a fortnight for this very hour. Help us, my lord, it lies within your power. I, wretched queen that weep aloud in my woe, was wife to King Capaneus long ago, that died at Thebes, accursed be the day, and we in our disconsolate array, that made this sorrowful appeal to pity, lost each her husband in that fatal city. During the siege, for so it came to pass, now old King Creon, oh alas, the lord of Thebes, grown cruel in his age, and filled with foul iniquity and rage, for tyranny and spite, as I have said, does outrage on the bodies of our dead, on all our husbands, for when they were slain, their bodies were dragged out onto the plain, into a heap, and there, as we have learnt, they neither may have burial nor be burnt, but he made dogs devour them in scorn, and that they all at once began to mourn, and every woman fell upon her face, and cried, Have pity, Lord, on our disgrace, and let our sorrow sink into your heart. The Duke, who felt a pang of pity start. Yes, the character Geoffrey Chaucer was in the movie A Knight's Tale as essentially the herald of the main character. One moment, it's getting rather cold in here. I'm going to turn up the thermostat. I will be right. Oh. Carry on, thank you. At what they spoke, dismounted from his steed, felt his heart about to break indeed, seeing how piteous and disconsolate they were, at once had been of high estate, He raised them in his arms and sought to fill their hearts with comfort and with kind goodwill, and swore on oath that as he was true knight, so far as it should lie within his might, he would take vengeance on this tyrant king, this Creon, and the land of Greece should ring, till the land of Greece should ring, with how he had encountered him and served the monster with the death he had deserved. Instantly then, and with no more delay, he turned, and with his banners in display, made off for Thebes with all his host beside, for not a step to Athens would he ride, nor take his ease so much as half a day, but marched into the night upon his way. But yet he sent Hippolyta the queen, and Emily her sister, the serene, on into Athens, where they were to dwell, and off he rode, there is no more to tell. The figure of red Mars, with spear and targe, so shone upon his banners white and large, that all the meadows glittered up and down, and close by them this pennon of renown shone rich with gold, emblazoned with that feat, his slaying of the Mount Minotaur in Crete. Thus rode this duke, thus rode this conqueror, and led his flower of chivalry to war, until he came to Thebes, there to alight in splendor on a chosen field to fight. And to speak briefly of so great a thing, he conquered Creon there, the Theban king, and slew him manfully as become a knight. In open battle put his troops to flight, and by assault captured the city after, and rent it roof and wall and spar and rafter. And to the ladies he restored again the bones belonging to their husbands slain, to do as custom was their obsequies. But it was all too long to speak of these, or of the clamorous complaint and yearning these ladies uttered at the place of burning, the bodies or of all the courtesy that Theseus, noble in his victory, showed to the ladies when they went their way. I would be brief in what I have to say. Now when Duke Theseus worthily had done justice on Creon, and when Thebes was won, that night camped in the field he took his rest, having disposed the land as he thought best, crawling for ransack among heaps of slain, and stripping their accoutrements for gain. The pillagers went busily about after the battle on the field of rout, and so befell among the heaps they found, thrust through with bloody wounds upon the ground, two pale young knights there laying side by side, wearing the self-same arms, blazoned pride. Of these Arcetia was the name of one, that of the other knight was Palmon. And they were neither fully quick nor dead, by coat of arms and crest upon the head. The heralds knew, for all the filth and mud, that they were princes of the royal blood. Two sisters of the house of Thebes had borne them. Out of the heap these pillagers had torn them, and gently carried them to Theseus's tent, and he decreed they should at once be sent to Athens, and give order they be kept. Perpetual prisoners he would accept. No ransom for them. This was done, and then the noble duke turned homeward with his men, crowned with the laurel of his victory, and there in honor and felicity he lived his life. What more is there to say? And in a tower in grief and anguish lay, Arcite and Palamon, beyond all doubt. Forever no gold could buy them out. Year after year went by day after day, until one morning in the month of May, young Emily, the fairer was of mine, then is the lily on its stalk of green, and fresher in her coloring that strove with early roses in a Maytime grove. I know not which was fairer of the two, ere it was day, as she was wont to do. Rose and arrayed, her beauty was aright, for May will have no sluggardry at night. Sluggardry at night. Season that pricks in every gentle heart, awakening it from sleep, and birds did start, saying, "Arise, do thine observance due," and this made Emily recall anew the honor due to May as she arose, her beauties freshly clad, to speak of those. Her yellow hair was braided in a tress, behind her back a yard in length, I guess. And in the garden at the sun's uprising, hither and thither at her own devising, she wandered gathering flowers, white and red, to make a subtle garland for her head. And like an angel sang a heavenly song, the great grim tower keep, so thick and strong, principal dungeon at the castle's core, where the two knights of whom I spoke before, and shall again, it were shut, if you recall, was close adjoining to the garden wall, where Emily chose her pleasures and adornings. Bright was the sun, this loveliest of mornings, and the sad prisoner Palamon had risen, with license from the jailer of the prison, as was his wont, and roamed a chamber high above the city, whence he could descry the noble buildings and the branching green, where Emily the radiant and serene went pausing in her walk and roaming on. This sorrowful prisoner, this Palamon, was pacing round his chamber to and fro, lamenting to himself in all his woe. "Alas," he said, "that ever I was born, and so it happened on this May day morn." Through a deep window set with many bars of mighty iron, squared with massive spars, he chanced on Emily to cast his eye, and as he did, he blenched and gave a cry, as though he had been stabbed and to the heart, and at the cry Arcita gave a start, and said, "My cousin Palamon, what ails you? How dearly pale you look! Your color fails you. Why did you cry? Who can have given offense? For God's love, take things patiently, have sense. Think, we are prisoners, and shall always be. Fortune has given us this adversity. Some wicked planetary dispensation, some Saturn's trick or evil constellation, has given us this, and heaven, though we have sworn the contrary so soon when we were born, we must endure it. That's the long and short." And Palamon in answer made retort, "Cousin, believe me, your opinion springs from ignorance and vain imaginings. Imprisonment was not what made me cry. I have been hurt this moment through the eye. Into my heart it will be death to me, the fairness of the lady that I see, roaming the garden yonder to and fro, is all the cause, and I cried out my woe. Woman or goddess, which, I cannot say. I guess she may be Venus. Well, she may." He fell upon his knees and before the sill, and prayed, "O Venus, if it be thy will, to be transfigured in this garden thus, before two wretched prisoners like us. O help us to escape, O make us free. Yet if my fate already is shaped for me, by some eternal word, and I must pine, and die in prison, have pity on our line, and kindred humbled under tyranny." Now as he spoke, Arcita chanced to see this lady as she roamed there to and fro, and at the sight her beauty hurt him so, that if his cousin had felt the wound before, Arcita was hurt as much as he or more. And with a deep and piteous sigh he said, "The freshness of her beauty strikes me dead. Hers that I see roaming in yonder place, unless I gain the mercy of her grace, unless at least I see her day by day. But I am but dead, there is no more to say." On hearing this, young Palamon looked grim, and in contempt and anger answered him, "Do you speak this in earnest or in jest?" "No, in good earnest," said Arcite. "The best, so help me God, I mean no jesting now." Then Palamon began to knit his brow. "It's no great honor then," he said, "to you, to prove so false, to be a traitor too, to me that am your cousin and your brother, both deeply sworn and bound to one another, though we should die in torture for it, never to lose the bond that only death can sever. And when in love, neither to hinder other, nor in what else soever, dearest brother, but truly further me in all I do, as faithfully as I shall further you." Hello, Connie. How you doing? "This was our oath, and nothing can untie it, and well I know you dare not now deny it. I trust you with my secrets, make no doubt, yet you would treacherously go about to love my lady whom I love and serve, and ever shall till death cut my heart's nerve. No, false Arcite, that you shall never do. I loved her first, and told my grief to you, as to the brother and the friend that swore to further me, as I have said before. So you are bound in honor as a knight to help me should it lie within your might. Else you are false, I say, your honor vain." Arcitia proudly answered back again. "You shall be judged as false," he said, "not me, and false you are, I tell you utterly. I loved her as a woman before you. What can you say? Just now you hardly knew if she were girl or goddess from above. Yours is a mystical, a holy love, and mine is love as to a human being, and so I told you at that moment seeing. You were my cousin and sworn friend. At worst, what do I care? Suppose you loved her first. Haven't you heard the old proverbial law? Whoever bound a lover by a law? Love is law unto itself, my hat. What earthly man can have more law than that? All man-made law, all positive injunction, is broken every day without compunction. For love, a man must love for all his wit. There is no escape, though he should die for it. But she a maid, a widow or wife, yet you are little likely all your life to stand in grace with her, no more shall I. You know yourself too well that here we lie, condemned to prison both of us, no doubt, perpetually. No ransom buys us out. We're like two dogs in battle on their own. They fought all day, but neither got the bone. There came a kite from above them, nothing loth, and while they fought, he took it from them both. And so in politics, dear brother, each for himself alone, there is no other. Love if you want to, I shall love her too, and that is all there is to say or do. We're prisoners and must endure it, man, and each of us must take what chance he can. Great was the strife for many a long spell. Between them had I but time to tell. But to the point, it happened that one day, to tell it you as briefly as I may, a certain famous Duke, Perotheus, friend and companion of Duke Theseus, since they were little children, came to spend a holiday in Athens with his friend, visiting him for pleasure as of yore, for there was no one living he loved more. His feelings were as tenderly returned, indeed they were so fond, as I have learned, that when one died, so ancient authors tell, the other went to seek him down in hell. But that's a tale I have no time to treat. Now this Perotheus knew and loved Arcite in Theban days of old for many years, and so at his entreaty it appears, Arcitia was awarded his release. Without ransom he could go in peace, and was left free to wander where he would, on one condition, be it understood. And the condition, so to speak plain, went thus, agreed between Arcite and Theseus, that if Arcite was ever to be found, even for an hour, in any land or ground, or country of Duke Theseus day or night, and he were caught, it would to both seem right that he immediately should lose his head, no other course or remedy instead. Off went Arcite upon the homeward trek. Let him beware, for he has pawned his neck. What misery it cost him to depart! He felt the stroke of death upon his heart. He wept, he wailed, how piteously he cried, and secretly he thought of suicide. He said, alas, the day that gave me birth, worse than my prison is the endless earth. Now I am doomed eternally to dwell, not in purgatory, but in hell. Alas, that ever I knew Perotheus, for else I had remained with him Theseus. Fettered in prison and without relief, I still had been in bliss and not in grief, only to see her whom I love and serve, though it were never granted to deserve. Her favor would have been enough for me. O my dear cousin Palamon, he said, yours is the victory in this adventure. How blissfully you serve your long indenture in prison. Prison? No, in paradise. How happily has fortune cast her dice for you. You have her presence, I the loss, for it is possible since your paths may cross, and you're a knight, a worthy one, and able, that by some chance, for fortune is unstable, you may attain to your desire at last. But I, that am an exile, an outcast, barren of grace and in such deep despair, that neither earth nor water, fire nor air, nor any creature that is made of these, can ever bring me help or do me ease. I must despair and die in my distress. Farewell, my life, my joy, my happiness. Alas, why is it people so disparate? God's providence or fortune and her ways, that oft and variously in their scheme includes far better things than they could dream. Just noticed my tuber model is not working. There we go. One man desires to have abundant wealth, while brings about his murder or ill health. Another, freed from prison as he willed, comes home, his servants catch him, and he's killed. Infinite are the harms that come his way. We little know the things for which we pray. Our ways are drunkard ways, drunk as a mouse. A drunkard knows quite well he has a house, but how to get there puts him in a dither, and for a drunk the way is slip and slither. Such is our world indeed, and such are we. How eagerly we seek felicity, yet so often wrong in what we try. Yes, we can all say that, and so can I. In whom the foolish notion had arisen, that if I could escape from prison, I should be well in pure beatitude, whereas I am an exile from my own good. For since I may not see you, Emily, I am but dead, and there is no remedy. Now, on the other hand, poor Palamon, when it was told him that Arciette had gone, fell in such grief the tower where he was kept resounded to his yowling as he wept. The very fetters on his mighty shins shine with his bitter tears as he begins. Alas, Arciette, dear cousin, in our dispute and rivalry, God knows you have the fruit. I see you now in Thebes, our native city, as free as air, with never a thought of pity. For me, you, an astute, determined man, can soon assemble all our folk and clan, for war on Athens make a sharp advance, and by some treaty or perhaps by chance, she may become your lady and your wife, for whom needs must, I here shall lose my life. For in the way of possibility, as you're a prisoner no more, but free. A prince, you have the advantage to engage in your affair. I perish in a cage, for I must weep and suffer while I live, in all the anguish that a cell can give, and all the torment of my love, O care, that doubles all my suffering and despair. With that he felt the fire of jealousy start, flame in his breast and catch him by the heart, so madly that he seemed to fade and fail, cold as dead ashes or as a boxwood pale. He cried, O cruel gods, whose government binds all the world to your eternal bent, and rise upon an adamantine table all that your conclave has decreed as stable. What more is man to you than to behold a flock of sheep that cower in the fold? For men are slain as much as other cattle, arrested, thrust in prison, killed in battle, in sickness often, and mischance and fall, alas, too often for no guilt at all. Where is right rule in your foreknowledge when such torments fall on innocent, helpless men? Yet there is more, for added to my load, I am to pay the duties that are owed to God. For him I am to curb my will in all the lusts that cattle may fulfill. For when a beast is dead, he feels no pain, but after death a man must weep again. That living has endured encountered woe, I have no doubt that it may well be so. I leave the answer for divines to tell, but that there's pain on earth I know too well. I have seen many serpent, many a thief, bring down the innocent of heart to grief, yet be at large and take what turn they will, but I lie languishing in prison still. Juno and Saturn in their jealous rage have almost quelled our Theban lineage. Thebes stands in waste, her walls are broken wide, and Venus slays me on the other side, with jealous fears of what Arciette is doing. Now I will turn a little from pursuing Palamon's thoughts and leave him in his cell, for I have something of Arciette to tell. The summer passes, and long winter nights double the miseries and appetites of lover in jail and lover free as air. I cannot tell you which had most to bear. To put it shortly, Palamon the Pale lies there condemned to perpetual jail, chained up in fetters till his dying breath. Arciette is exiled on pain of death, forever from the long-desired shore, where lives the lady he will see no more. You lovers, here's a question I would offer. Arciette or Palamon, which had most to suffer? The one can see his lady day by day, but he must dwell in prison locked away. The others free, the world lies all before, but never shall he see his lady more. Judge as you please between them, you that can, for I'll tell on my tale as I began. Part 2. Now when Arcitia got to Thebes again, day long he languished, crying out in pain. Alas! For never could he hope to see his lady more. To sum his misery, there never was a man so woe begone, nor is, nor shall be while the world goes on. Meat, drink, and sleep he lay of all bereft, then as a shaft as dry with nothing left. His eyes were hollow, grisly to behold, fallow his face, like ashes pale and cold. And he went solitary and alone, wailing away the night and making moan. And if the sound of music touched his ears, he wept, unable to refrain his tears. So feeble were his spirits and so low, and changed so much one could not even know. Him by his voice one heard and was in doubt, and so for all the world he went about, not merely like a lover on the rack of Eros, but more like a maniac, in melancholy madness under strain of fantasy, those cells that front the brain. Briefly his love had turned him upside down, in looks and disposition toe to crown, this poor distracted lover, Prince Arcite, but I shall take all day if I repeat all that he suffered for the first 2 years, in cruel torment and in painful tears, at Thebes in his home country, as I said. Now, as he lay one night asleep in bed, the winged god Mercury he thought came near, and stood before him, bidding him have good cheer. His sleep-imbued wand he held in air. He wore a hat upon his golden hair. Arrayed, Arcitia noted, in the guise he wore when closing up the 100 eyes of Argus, and he said, "You are to go to Athens. There shall be an end to woe." He spoke. Arcitia started and woke up. "Truly, how bitter be my cup! To Athens I will go at once," he said, "nor will I change my purpose for the dread of death, for I will see her, I can die, gladly enough, if she be standing by." He rose and snatched a mirror from its place, and saw what change had come upon his face, the color gone, the features redesigned, and instantly it came to his mind that being so disfigured and so wan from the long sickness he had undergone, he might, if he assumed a humble tone, live out his life in Athens unbeknown, and see his lady almost every day. So on the spot he doffed his lord's array, and dressed as a poor laborer seeking hire, then all alone, except for a young squire, who knew the secret of his misery, and was disguised as wretchedly as he. He went to Athens by the shortest way, and came to court, and on the following day Arcitia proffered at the gate for hire, to do what drudgery they might require, and briefly, there is little to explain, he fell in service with a chamberlain, who had his dwelling there with Emily. The man was cunning and quick wit to see what work the servants did, and which were good. Arcite could carry water or hew wood, for he was young and powerfully grown, a tall young fellow too, and big of bone, fit to do any work that was ordained. Thus for a year or two Arcite remained with Emily the bright, her page of state, and gave it out his name was Philostrate. And half so well beloved a man as he, there never was a court of his degree. He was so much a gentleman by breed, he grew quite famous through the court indeed, and it would be a charitable notion, they said, if Theseus offered him promotion, and put him to a service less despised, in which his virtues might be exercised. Thus in a little while his fame had sprung, both for good deeds and for a courteous tongue, and Theseus took him and advanced him higher, made him his personal and chamber squire, and gave him money to maintain his station. There came, moreover, men of his own nation, secretly, year by year, and brought his dues. He spent them cunningly, these revenues, but honestly none wondered at his wealth. 3 years went by in happiness and health. He bore himself so well in peace and war, that there was no one Theseus valued more. I leave him there in bliss, though bliss is brittle, and turn to speak of Palamon a little. In darkness horrible and prison tears, poor Palamon had sat for 7 years, pining away in sorrow and distress. Who feels a twofold grief and heaviness, but Palamon, whose love oppresses so, that he has lost his very wits for woe, added to which he must lie prisoner there, perpetually, not only for a year. Who could make rhymes in English fit to vie with martyrdom like that? Indeed, not I. Let me pass lightly over it and say, it happened in the 7th year, in May. The 3rd of May, my ancient sources give this detail in their fuller narrative, whether by accident or destiny, for as events are shaped, they have to be. Soon after midnight, ere the sun had risen, helped by a friend, Palamon broke from prison, and fled the town as fast as he could go. A drink had provided his jailer's overthrow, a kind of honeyed claret he had fixed, with Theban opium and narcotics mixed. The jailer slept all night. Had he been shaken, he would have been impossible to waken. So off runs Palamon as best he may. The night was short, and it was nearly day, so it was necessary he should hide into a grove that flanked the city's side. Palamon stalked with terror-stricken feet. Here was, in his opinion, a retreat, in which he could conceal himself all day, and whence at nightfall he could make his way on towards Thebes and rally at his back a host of friends all eager to attack Duke Theseus. He would either lose his life or conquer and win Emily to wife. That was his whole intention, fair and plain. I turn my story to Arcite again. He little knew how close he was to care, till fortune brought him back into the snare. The busy lark, the messenger of day, sings salutation to the morning grey, and fiery Phoebus, rising up so bright, sets all the orient laughing with the light, and with his streams he dyes the dewy sheaves, and silver droplets hanging on the leaves. And now Arcitia at the royal court, principal squire to Theseus seeking sport, has risen from bed and greets the merry day, thinking to do observances to May, and musing on the point of his desires, he rode a coursier full of flickering fires into the fields for pleasure and in play, a mile or 2 from where the palace lay. And to the very grove you heard me mention, he chanced to hold his course with the intention to make himself a garland. There he weaves a hawthorn spray and honeysuckle leaves, and sings aloud against the sunny sheen, O month of May, with all thy flowers and green, Welcome be thou, O fairest, freshest May. Give me thy green in hope of a happy day. Quickly dismounting from his horse, he started to thrust his way into the grove, light-hearted, and roamed along the pathway on and on, until he came by chance where Palamon crouched in a bush, scarce daring to draw breath, lest he be seen in deadly fear of death. He little knew it was Arcite he heard. It would have seemed incredible, absurd. Yet there's a saying known these many years: friends have their eyes, and forests have their ears. It's well to be upon one's guard, I mean, since all day long we meet the unforeseen, and little knew Arcite of that there beside him Palamon lay, with but a bush to hide him, so close to him, and hearing all he said, but keeping still and silent as the dead. Now, when at last Arcite had roamed his fill, and sung his roundel with a lusty will, he felt a change of humour for the nonce, and fell into a study all at once, as do these lovers in their quaint desires, now on the spray, now down among the briars, now up, now down, like buckets in a well, just as upon a Friday, truth to tell. It shines one moment, and the next rains fast, for thus can whimsical Venus overcast the spirits of her folk, just as her day. Friday is changeable, and so too are they. Seldom is Friday like the rest of the week, and having sung, Arcite began to speak, and sat him down unutterably forlorn. Alas, he said, the day that I was born! How long, O Juno, in thy cruelty, wilt thou make war and bring to misery the city of Thebes and those that played the lion, the royal blood of Cadmus and Amphion? Cadmus, the finest of men to win renown, by building Thebes, or first in laying down her strong foundations, first to be crowned king, and I that share his lineage, I that spring, by right decent out of the royal stock, have fallen captive, and am made a mock. Slave to my mortal enemy, no higher than a contemptible, a menial squire, yet Juno does me even greater shame. I dare no more acknowledge my own name. Time was Arcitia was by my name by right. Now I am called Philostrate, not worth a mite. Alas, fell Mars, Juno, stern of face, you have undone our lineage and our race. Save for myself and Palamon, who dwells in martyrdom, poor wretch, in Theseus' cells. On top of this, to slay me utterly, the fiery dart of love so burningly thrusts through my faithful heart with deadly hurt. My death was shaped for me before my shirt. You kill me with your eyes, my Emily. You are the cause that brings my death on me. All the remainder of my cares and needs I'd rate no higher than a mound of weeds. Could I but please or earn a grateful glance, and on the word he fell into a trance. A long, long time, then woke and moved apart. Palamon felt a cleaving in his heart, as of a cold sword suddenly gliding through. He quaked with anger, hiding would not do, now that he'd listened to Arcitia's tale, and with a madman's face extinct and pale, he started up out of his bushy thicket and cried, Arcitia, traitor! False and wicked, now you are caught that love my lady so, for whom I suffer all this pain and woe, and of my blood sworn friend, for so we swore, as I have told you many times before. And you have cheated Theseus with this game,
false as you are, of a pretended name. Let it be death for you or death for me. You shall not love my lady Emily. I, no one else, will love her. Look and know that I am Palamon, more your mortal foe. And though I have no weapon in this place, having escaped from prison by God's grace, I doubt it not you shall be slain by me, or else yield up the love of Emily. You shan't escape me, therefore choose your part. Arcite, however, full of scorn at heart, knowing his face and hearing what he said, fierce as a lion drew his sword instead, and answered him, By God that sits above, were you not sick and lunatic for love, and weaponless moreover in this place, you never should so much as take a pace beyond this grove, but perish at my hand, and denounce all covenants that stand, or are alleged, as between you and me, for that you are, remember, love is free, and I will love her. I defy your might, yet as you are an honorable knight, willing by battle to decide your claim, tomorrow, by the honor of my name, I will not fail you, nor will make it known to anyone. Tomorrow, here, alone, you find me as a knight, and on my oath, I shall bring arms and harness for us both. And you shall have the right of choosing first, taking the best and leaving me the worst. I'll bring you meat and drink, let that be said, enough for you, and clothes to make your bed. As for my lady, should you chance to win, and kill me in this thicket we are in, then you can have your lady as for me. And Palamon gave answer, I agree. And thus they parted at the coppice edge, until the morning each had given pledge. O Cupid, Cupid lost to charity, O realm that brooks no fellow king in thee, well it is said that neither love nor power, amidst a rival even for an hour. Arcite and Palamon had found that out, so back to town Arcite turned about, and the next morning, ere the day was light, he filched 2 suits of armor by a sleight, fully sufficient for the work in hand, the battle in the fields that they had planned. Alone as at his birth, Arcitia rode, and carried all the armor in a load. There in the grove, where time and place were set, this Palamon and Arcite are met. This slowly changed the color in each face, just as when the hunters in the realm of Thrace, and standing in the gap, will poise a spear, and wait for bear or lion to appear. Then hear him coming, breaking through the branches, and hear the swish of leaves upon his haunches, and think, here comes my mortal enemy. It's either death for him or death for me, for either I must slay him at this gap, or he slay me if I should have mishap. Just so these knights changed color when they met, knowing each other and the purpose set. There was no solution, no good day, but without word or prelude, straight away, each of them gave his help to arm the other, as friendly as a brother with his brother. And after that, with spears of sharpened strength, they fought each other at amazing length. You would have thought, seeing Palamon engage, he was a lion fighting mad with rage. Arcite a cruel tiger as they beat, and smote each other, or as boars that meet. And froth as white as foam upon the flood, they fought till they were ankle deep in blood. And in this rage I leave them fighting thus, and turn once more to speak of Theseus. Now destiny, that minister general, who executes on earth and over all what God from everlasting has foreseen, is of such strength that neither the world had been. Surely of the contrary, by yea nor and nay, that thing will happen on a certain day. though never again within 1,000 years, and certainly our appetites and fears, whether in war or peace, in hate or love, are governed by a providence above, and thus must explain why mighty Theseus found a sudden wish to hunt with horse and hound, especially the hart in early May. About his bed there never dawned a day, but he was up and ready dressed to ride, with horn and hound and hunter at his side. Hunting to him was such a keen delight, it was his ruling joy and appetite. To be a stag's destroyer for the stars, ruled he should serve Diana after Mars. Clearer was the day, as I have told ere this, and Theseus bathed in happiness and bliss, with fair Hippolyta, his lovely queen, and Emily, who was arrayed in green, rode out to hunt. It was a loyal band, and to the coppice laying near at hand, in which a hart, or so they told him, lay. He led his gathering by the shortest way, and pressing on towards a glade in sight, down which the hart most often took flight, over a brook and often out of view, the Duke had hopes to try a course or two, with certain hounds that he had singled out, and when he reached the glade he looked about, glancing towards the sun, he thereupon beheld Arcitia fighting Palamon. They fought like boars in bravery. There go the shining swords in a circle to and fro, so hideously that with their lightest stroke it seemed as if they would have felled an oak. What they could be he did not know, of course, but he clapped a spur at once into his horse, and at a bound he parted blow from blow, and pulling out his sword he shouted, "Ho! No more on pain of death upon your head! By mighty Mars, he is as good as dead that dares to strike a blow in front of me. Tell me, what sort of fellows may you be that have the impudence to combat here without a judge or other overseer, yet as if jousting at a royal tilt?" Palamon answered quickly and in guilt, "O sir, what need of further word or breath? Both of us have deserved to die the death. 2 wretched men your captives met in strife, and each of them encumbered with his life. If to judge righteously has been your fashion, show neither of us mercy nor compassion, and kill me first for holy charity, but kill my fellow too, the same as me, or kill him first, for little though you know, this is Arcitia and your mortal foe, banished by you on forfeit of his head, for which alone he merits to be dead. This is the man that waited at your gate and told you that his name was Philostrate, and this is the man that mocked you many a year, and you have made him chief equerry here. This is the man who dares love Emily. Now, since my day of death has come to me, I will make full confession and go on to say that I am woeful Palamon, that broke out of your jail feloniously, and it is I, your mortal enemy, that am in love with Emily the bright, and glad to die this moment in her sight. And so I ask for judgment and for death, but slay my fellow in the self-same breath. Since we have both deserved that we be slain, and noble Theseus answered back again, "This is a short conclusion, it shall stand. Your own confession damns you out of hand. I shall record your sentence as it stood. There needs no torturing to make it good. Death you shall have by mighty Mars the Red." On hearing this, the queen began to shed her womanly tears, and so did Emily, and all the ladies in the company. It seemed so very piteous to them all that ever such misfortune should befall, for they were noblemen of great estate, and love the only cause of their debate. They saw their bloody gashes gaping wide, and from the greatest to the least they cried, "Have mercy, Lord, upon us women all." Down on their knees they began to fall, ready to kiss his feet as there he stood, abated in the end of his angry mood. Pity runs swiftly in his noble heart, in a noble heart. Though he had quaked with anger at the start, he had reflected, having time to pause, upon their trespasses and upon its cause. And though his anger at their guilt was loth to pardon either, reason pardoned both. For thus he argued, almost any man will help himself to love, if so he can, and any one will try to break from prison, and then compassion in his heart had risen, seeing these ladies weeping there together, and in his noble heart he wondered whether he should not show his clemency, and said, "Fie," he thought, "on lords who show no mercy, why, to be a lion both in word and deed, to a penitent in fear is not to heed his change of heart and equal him with one proudly persisting in an evil done. A lord will lack discretion among his graces, who does not make distinction in such cases, but weighs humility and pride as one. And to be brief, his anger being done, his eyes began to sparkle and uncloud, and having taken thought, he said aloud, "The God of love, benedicit, how mighty and how great a Lord is he. No obstacles for him make any odds. His miracles proclaim his power as a god's. Cupid can make of every heart and soul just what he pleases, such is his control. Look at Arcitia here and Palamon. Both had escaped scot-free and could have gone to Thebes and lived there royally. They know that I have never been their mortal foe. Their lives are mine. They can make no defense. Yet Cupid, in the teeth of common sense, has brought them here to die in melancholy. Consider, is it not the height of folly? What is so foolish as a man in love? Look at them both, by God that sits above. See how they bleed. Are they not well arrayed? Thus has their Lord, the God of love, repaid their services. These are his fees and wages, and yet in spite of that they pose as sages. These devotees of love, as I recall, but still this is the finest stroke of all, that she, the cause of all these jolly pranks, has no more reason to return them thanks, that I, and knows no more of this affair, by God, than does a cuckoo or a hare. Well, well, try anything once, come hot, come cold. If we're not foolish young, we're foolish old. I long have known myself what love can do, for in my time I was a lover too, and therefore knowing something of love's pain, how violently it puts a man to strain. As so often caught in the same snare, I readily forgive the whole affair, both at the Queen's request that on her knees petitions and my sister Emily's. But you shall swear to me and give your hands upon it never to attack my lands, or levy war on me by night or day, but be my friends in everything you may. I pardon your fault, you are forgiven. They swore as he had asked, and having striven to gain his patronage and further grace, were satisfied, and Theseus summed the case. So far as riches go and nobleness, were she a queen in question or princess, you should be worthy when the moment came, either of you, to marry all the same. Speaking as for my sister Emily, the cause of all your strife and jealousy, you are aware yourselves that she can never wed both at once, though you should fight forever. and one of you, come joy to him or grief, must go pipe tunes upon an ivy leaf. That is to say, she cannot have you both, however jealous you may be or loth. And so, to put the matter in good order, let destiny herself be your rewarder, and shape your fortune. Listen to the close, for here is the solution I propose. My will is this, to make a flat conclusion, and end all counterpleading and confusion. And you will please to take it for the best, that each shall take his freedom, east or west, and without ransom or constraint of war, and a year later, neither less nor more, each shall return bringing 100 knights, armed for the lists and everything to rights, ready to battle and decide his claim to Emily. To this I give my name. My faith and honor, as I am a knight, of whichever of you proves of greater might, or, more precisely, whether you or he, backed by the 100 knights allowed by me, can drive his foe to stake or take his life, to him I shall give Emily to wife. To whom kind fortune gives so fair a grace, I'll build the lists upon this very place, and God in wisdom deal my soul its due, and shall prove an even judge and true. There is no other way, let that be plain. One of you must be taken, or else slain. And if this seems to you to be well said, think yourselves lucky, sirs, and nod your head. That's the conclusion I've decided on. Who looks delighted now but Palamon, and who springs up rejoicing but Arcite, and who could tell what poetry repeat? The joy of all those present in the place, that Theseus had vouchsafed so fair a grace. Down on their knees went everyone in sight, returning thanks with all their heart and might, especially the Thebians, time on time, thus in good hope, with beating heart acclaim. Each took his leave, and they began to ride to Thebes and to her ancient walls and wide. Second, start part 3. Drink. Part 3. I judge it would be held for negligence if I forget to tell of the dispense of money by the Duke who set about to make the lists a royal show throughout, a theatre more noble than its plan, I dare well say was never seen by man. It had a circuit of a mile about, well walled with stone, there was a ditch without. Shaped like a circle there it stood complete, in tier on tier the height of 60 feet, so that a man set in a given row did not obstruct his neighbor from below. Eastward there stood a gate of marble white, and westward such another rose to sight. Briefly, there never was upon the face of earth so much within so small a space, no craftsman in the land that had the trick of pure geometry, arithmetic, portraiture, carving, and erecting stages, but Theseus found him and supplied his wages. To build this theatre and carve devices, and to observe due rites and sacrifices. Eastward he built upon the gate above an oratory to the Queen of Love, to Venus and her worship, he dressed an altar there, and like it to the west. In reverence to Mars he built a second, the cost in gold was hardly to be reckoned. Yet northward in a turret on the wall he built a third, an oratory tall. and rich of whitest alabaster set with crimson coral, to discharge the debt of worship to Diana of chastity. And it was thus that Theseus built these 3 temples in great magnificence of style. But yet I have forgotten all this while to tell you of the portraits that there were, the shapes, the carvings, and the figures there to grace these temples high above the green. First in the temple of Venus you had seen, wrought on the wall and piteous to behold, the broken sleeps and sightings manifold, the sacred tears and lamenting songs, and every fiery passion that belongs to those that suffer love, the long endured, their taken oaths, their covenants assured. Pleasure and hope, desire, foolhardiness, beauty and youth, lasciviousness, largesse, philtres and force, falsehood and flattery, extravagance, intrigue, and jealousy, gold garland with many a yellow twist that had a cuckoo sitting on their wrist, stringed instruments and carols, feasts and dances, joy and display, and all the circumstances of love, as I have told you and shall tell, were in due order painted there as well, and more than I can mention or recount, truly the whole of Cytherea's mount, where Venus has her dwelling above all, her other playgrounds figured on the wall, with all her garden in its joyful dress, nor was forgotten her porter idleness, nor yet Narcissus, beauty's paragon, in times gone by, nor doting Solomon, nor the unmastered strength of Hercules, Medea and her enchantments next to these, and Circe's too, and Turnus is fierce and brave, and rich King Croesus, captive and a slave, that men might see that neither wit nor wealth, beauty or cunning, bravery or health, can challenge Venus or advance their worth against that goddess who controls the earth. And all these people captured in their noose cried out, alas, but it was little use. Suffice these few examples, but the score could well be reckoned many thousands more. Her statue, glorious in majesty, stood naked floating on a vasty sea, and from the navel down there was a mass of green and glittering waves as bright as glass. In her right hand a cithern carried she, and on her head, most beautiful to see, a garland of fresh roses, while above there circles round her many a flickering dove. Cupid, her son, was standing to behold her, fronting her statue, winged on either shoulder, and he was blind, as is often seen. He bore a bow with arrows bright and keen. Why should I not go on to tell you all the portraiture depicted on the wall within the temple of mighty Mars the Red? The walls were painted round and overhead, like the recesses of that grisly place known as the Temple of Mars and of great Mars in Thrace, that frosty region under chilling stars, where stands the sovereign mansion of King Mars. First on the walls a forest with no plan, inhabited by neither beast nor man, was painted tree trunks, knotted, gnarled, and old, jagged and barren, hideous to behold. Though which there ran a rumble and a sloughing, as though a storm should break the branches bowing before it. Downwards from a hill there went a slope, a temple of Armipotent.
Mars was erected there in steel and burnished, the gateway narrow and forbidding, furnished. A ghastly sight, and such a rushing quake raged from within, the portals seemed to shake. And at their doors a northern glimmer shone. Unto the walls for windows there was none. One scarce discerned a light, it was so scant. The doors were of eternal adamant, and vertically clenched, and clenched across, for greater strength with many an iron boss, and every pillar to support the shine weighed a full ton of iron bright and fine. And there I saw the dark imaginings of felony, the stratagems of kings, and cruel wrath that glowed an ember red, the pink pick purse and the image of pale dread. The smiler with the knife beneath his cloak, the outhouses that burned with blackened smoke. Treason was there, a murder on a bed, an open war with wounds that gaped and bled. Dispute with bloody knife and snarling threat, a screaming made the place more dreadful yet. The slayer of himself, I saw him there, with all his heart's blood matted in his hair, the driven nail that made the forehead crack, cold death with gaping mouth upon its back. And in the middle of the shrine mischance stood comfortless with sorry countenance. There I saw madness, cackling in distress, armed insurrection, outcry, fierce excess. The carrion in the undergrowth, slit-throated, and thousands violently slain I noted. The raping tyrant with his prey o'ertaken, the leveled city gutted and forsaken, the ships on fire dancingly entangled, the luckless hunter that wild bears had strangled, the sow munching the baby in the cradle, the scalded cook in spite of his long ladle. Nothing forgotten of the unhappy art of Mars, the carter crushed beneath his cart, flung to the earth and pinned beneath the wheel, those also on whom Mars has set his seal. The barber and the butcher and the smith, who forges things a man may murder with, and high above, depicted in a tower, sat Conquest, robed in majesty and power, under a sword that swung above his head, sharp-edged and hanging by a subtle thread. And Caesar's slaughter stood in effigy, and that of Nero and Mark Antony. Though to be sure they were as yet unborn, their deaths were there prefigured to adorn this temple with the menaces of Mars, as is depicted also in the stars. Who shall be murdered? Who shall die for love? Such were the portraits on the walls above. Let these examples from the past hold good, for all I cannot reckon, though I would. The statue of Mars was in a cart, and clad in armor, grim, staring like the mad. Above his head there shone with blazing looks 2 starry figures named in ancient books. Puella one, the other Rubius. The god of battles was encompassed thus. There stood a wolf before him at his feet. His eyes glowed red. He had a man to eat. Subtle the pencil was that told this story, picturing Mars in terror and in glory. To the temple Diana now, the chaste, I briefly turn, for I will use what haste I can in trying to describe it all. Here there were many paintings on the wall, of hunting and of shamefast chastity. There I perceived the sad Castillo, she whom in her rage Diana did not spare, but changed her from a woman to a bear, then to a star, and she was painted so. She is the lodestar, that is all I know.
Her son, too, is a star, as one can see. There I saw Diana turned into a tree. No, not Diana, she was not the same. Perneus's daughter, Diana, was her name. I saw a Sation turned into a stag. This was Diana's vengeance, lest he brag of having seen her naked. There they show him, caught and devoured. His own hounds did not know him. Close by there was a painting, furthermore, of Atalanta hunting a wild boar. And Mielger there were others too. Diana chose to harry and undo. And many other wonders on the wall were painted that I need not now recall. High on a stag the goddess held her seat, and there were little hounds at her feet. Below her feet there was a sickle moon, waxing it seemed, but would be waning soon. Her statue bore a mantle of bright green, her hand a bow with arrows cased and keen. Her eyes were lowered, gazing as she rode down to where Pluto has his dark abode. A woman in her travail lay before her child unborn. She ceased not to implore her to be delivered, and with piteous call cried, "Help, Lucinda, thou the best of all." It was a lively painting, every shade had cost the painter many a florin paid. So now the lists were made, and Theseus, who, at a huge cost, had bidden them produce these temples in a theatre so stately, saw it was finished, and it pleased him greatly. No more of Theseus now. I must pass on to speak of Arcite and of Palamon. The day approached for trial of their rights, when each should bring with him 100 knights, to settle all by battle, as I said. So back to Athens each of them had led his 100 knights, all helmeted and spurred, and armed for war. They meant to keep their word. And it was said indeed by many a man that never since the day the world began, in all God's earth, wide seas and reach of land, had so few men made such a noble band, as in respect of knighthood and degree, everyone with a taste for chivalry, and keen, you bet, to win a glorious name, had begged to be allowed to join the game. Lucky the man to whom they gave the word, and if tomorrow such a thing occurred, you know quite well that every lusty knight who loved the ladies and had strength to fight, whether in England here or anywhere, would wish, you cannot doubt it, to be there. Fight for a lady, Benedicti? That would be something for a man to see. And that was just the case with Palamon. With him there rode his comrades, many a one. Some were in coat of mail, and others wore a breastplate and a tunic, little more. Some carried heavy plating front and back, and some a Prussian shield to ward attack. Some cased their legs in armor, thigh to heel. Some bore an axe, and some a mace of steel. There's never a new fashion, but it's old, and so they armed themselves as I have told, each man according to his own opinion. You might have seen arrive from his dominion. Mighty Lycurgus, famous king of Thrace, black was his beard and manly was his face, to see the circling eyeballs of the fellow, set in the head and glowing red and yellow, and like a griffin he would stare and rouse the shaggy hair upon his beating brows. Huge were his limbs, his muscles hard and strong, his back was broad, his bulging arms were long. True to his country's custom form of old, he towered in a chariot of gold, and 4 white bulls were harnessed in the traces. Over his armor which in many places was studded with bright nails of yellow gold. He wore a coal-black bearskin, fold on fold, instead of surcoat and behind his back he fell of hair was combed and shone as black as raven's feather, and a golden wreath, thick as your arm, weighted the head beneath. It was immensely heavy, and it was bright, with many precious stones of fiery light, with finest rubies and with diamonds. About his chariot white enormous hounds, 20 and more, each larger than a steer, and trained to hunt the lion and the deer. Went following him, their muzzles were fast bound, their collars were of gold with rings set round. He had 100 nobles in his rout, armed to the teeth, their hearts were stern and stout. And with Arcitia, so the poets sing, went to great Emeritus the Indian king, on a bay steed whose trappings were of steel, covered in cloth of gold from haunch to heel, fetid with diaper like Mars to see. His surcoat was in cloth of Tartary, studded with great white pearls, beneath its fold a saddle of new-beaten burnished gold. He had a mantle hanging from his shoulders, which crammed with rubies dazzled all beholders. His hair was crisped in ringlets as if spun, of yellow gold, and glittered like the sun. Aquiline nose and eyes with lemon light, and rounded lips he had, his color bright. Still with a few freckles sprinkled here and there, some yellow and some black, he bore an air as of a lion. When he cast a glance, he was some 25 years old to chance. A guess at it, a healthy beard was springing, his voice resounded like a trumpet ringing. He had a wreath of laurel on his head, for he was freshly greenly garlanded, and on his hand he bore for his delight an eagle, it was tame and lily white. He had 100 lords beside him there, in all their armor, though their heads were bare, and sumptuously decked with furnishings, for take my word for it that dukes and kings were gathered in this noble company, for love and for the spread of chivalry. Many a lion tame and spotted pard gamboled about this king of stern regard, and in this manner their fine adorning, these lords came to the city on Sunday morning. Round 9 o'clock and lighted down, the noble Theseus led them through his town, so it became him as a duke and knight, and housed each of them according to his right. He feasted them and took great pains to please, to honor and to set them all at ease. And to this day it said no human wit, however lofty, could have bettered it. What ministrally, what service at the feast, what gifts bestowed on greatest as on least. How richly decked the palace, what the place ordained for first and last upon the dais. What ladies loveliest in the dancing throng, in which most exquisite dance and song, in which to speak most feelingly of love, or what the falcons that were perched above, and what the hounds that couched upon the floor. Of all such questions I shall say no more. Then the result of it I will not tease you. Here comes the point, so listen if it please you. At Sunday night, ere day began to spring, there was a lark which Palamon heard sing. Although 2 hours before the day came on, yet the lark sang, and so did Palamon. With a holy heart and in a lofty mood, he rose on pilgrimage, and he pursued his path to Cytherea and the benign and blissful Venus to her honored shrine. And in her honor among the early mists, he stepped towards her temple and in the lists, and down he knelt in humbleness and fear, with aching heart, and said, as you shall hear, "Fairest of fair, O Venus, lady mine, consort of Vulcan, daughter of Jove divine, giver of joy upon the heights above, the mount of Cytherea, by that love thou gavest to Adonis, heal my heart, my smart, and take my humble prayer into thy heart. Alas, I have no language can tell the ravages and torments of my hell, which heart is all unable to convey, and I am so confused I cannot say more than, O Lady bright, that art aware of all my thought, and seest my deepest despair. Consider this, have pity on my pain, as I shall ever struggle to maintain thy service in so far as it shall be within my power to combat chastity. This is my vow, if only thou wilt help. I am not one of those who brag and yelp of victory, nor ask for it tomorrow, or for renown I neither beg nor borrow vainglorious praise, nor do I make profession of prowess, but would fully have possession of Emily, and die thy worshipper. Choose thou the means for this, administer the ways, I care not how, whether it be by my defeat of them or theirs of me, so that I have my lady in my arms. Though Mars be god of battles and alarms, thy power is so great in heaven above, that if thou please I well may have my love, and I will worship at thy shrine forever, ride where I may to thee, my whole endeavor shall be in sacrifice and kindling fires upon thy altars. Yet if my desires, sweet lady, cannot please thee, end my sorrow, with death upon Arcitia's spear tomorrow, I shall not care when I have lost my life, though he should win my Emily to wife. This is the sum and purpose of my prayer. Give me my love, sweet goddess ever fair. When Palamon had done his orison, he then did sacrifice with woe begone, devotion, and with eternal ceremonial rite, more than I have now leisure to recite. And in the end the statue of Venus shook and made a sign, and by that sign he took. His prayer had been accepted on that day, for though the sign had hinted a delay, he knew for certain that his boon was granted, and home he went at once, his soul enchanted. In the 3rd hour after Palamon had sought out Venus for his horizon, up rose the sun, and up rose Emily, and hastened to Diana's sanctuary, taking such maidens as she might require, and they were ready furnished with the fire, the incense and the vestments, and a throng of other necessaries that belonged to sacrifices, horns of brimming mead, as was the custom, all they could need. Temple smoked, and the adornments there glittered in beauty. Emily the fair joyfully washed her body in a well, but how she did her rite I dare not tell, save in a general way, though I, for one, think that to hear the detail would be fun. If one means well, why bother to feel queasy? It's good for people to be free and easy. Her shining hair untrussed upon her cloak, they combed and set a crown of cereal oak. Green on her golden head was with fitting grace 2 fires she kindled in the proper place, and did her rites, as he will find who looks in Statius's Book of Thebes and other books. And when the fires were kindled, she drew near, with piteous heart, and prayed as you shall hear. O goddess chaste, of all the woodlands green, that seest earth and heaven and sea, O queen, of Pluto's kingdom dark and deep below, goddess of virgins that from long ago hast known my heart and knowest my desire, as I may shun the vengeance of thine ire. Such as upon Actaeon once was spent, thou knowest well, O chaste omnipotent, that I would be a virgin all my life, and would be neither mistress, no, nor wife. I am, thou knowest, of thy company, a huntress still in my virginity, and only ask to walk the woodlands wild, and not to be a wife or be with child. Nor would I know the company of man. O help me, goddess, for none other can. By the 3 forms that e'er dwell in thee, and as for Palamon who longs for me, and for Arcidia's passion, I implore this favor of thy grace and nothing more. Set them in amity, and let them be at peace, and turn their hearts away from me. Let all their violent loves and hot desires, their ceaseless torments and consuming fires, be quenched and turned towards another place. Yet if thou wilt not do me such grace, or if my destiny ordains it so, that one shall have me whether I will it or no, then send me him that shall desire me most, clean goddess of the chaste and virgin host. Look down upon the bitter tears that fall upon my cheeks, O keeper of us all. Keep thou my maidenhood proper my endeavor, and while I live as a maid, I'll serve thee ever. The fires flamed up upon the altar fair, and clear while Emily was thus in prayer. But all at once she saw a curious sight, for suddenly one fire quenched its light, and then rekindled, as she gazed in doubt, the other fire suddenly went right out. As it was quenched, it made a whistling sound, as of wet branches burning on the ground. Then from the faggot's tip there ran a flood of many drops that had laid the look of blood. Now at the sight she was so terrified, it almost drove her from her wits. She cried, not knowing what it was to signify, for it was fear alone that made her cry. She wept, and it was pitiful to hear. Then began Diana to appear, with bow in hand, garbed as a huntress, and said, My daughter, cease your heaviness. For thee the gods on high have set their term, and by eternal word and writ confirm, that thou shalt be espoused to one of those that have for thee endured so many woes. But unto which of them I may not tell, longer I cannot tarry, fare thee well. And yet the fires of sacrifice that glow upon my altar shall, before you go, make plain thy destiny in this forever. And on the word the arrows in her quiver clattered together and began to ring, and forth she went to make a vanishing. Wholly amazed at what had come to pass, Emily thought, what can this mean? Alas! Oh, take me under thy protection, Diana, for I yield to thy direction. Then she went homeward by the shortest way, and that was all. There is no more to say. I have to change the thermostat again. It's getting cold again. will not mess with the thermostat. I will not stop messing with the thermostat. It gets cold. You don't know this because you're not here during the day. I do. Now in the hour of Mars next after this, Arcite rose up and sought the edifice of fiery Mars to do beneath his banner his sacrifice, as was the pagan manner, in high devotion with piteous heart, and thus he said his Oresian apart. O thou strong god of war, what art adored in the cold realms of Thrace and held for lord, that hast of every monarchy and land, of warlike men the bridle in thine hand, and dealest of them their fortunes by thy choice, accept my sacrifice, and hear my voice. And if my youth be such as to deserve thy favor, if my strength be fit to serve thy godhead, if I may be one of thine, I pray thee then, pity this pain of mine. By that same suffering and burning fire that long ago consumed thee with desire, having in use the incomparable flesh of fair, free-hearted Venus, young and fresh, holding her in thine arms and at thy will, albeit that once the time was chosen ill, seeing that Vulcan caught thee in his net, and found thee lying with his wife, but yet, by all the pain and passion of thy heart, pity me too that suffer the same smart. Thou knowest I am ignorant and young, and, as I think, more passionately strung by love than any creature dead or living. Little she thinks in all the grief she's giving of me, or cares whether I swim or sink. And well I know, ere she can learn to think kindly of me, that force must have its place. And well I know, without thy help or grace, the strength I have is all too slight. Then help me, Lord, tomorrow in the fight, not only for the flames that burnt in thee, but for the fire that now is burning in me. Grant victory tomorrow to my sword. Mine be the labor, thine the glory, Lord. Thy sovereign temple I will honor above all the places. It shall be my love to work for thy delight, to use thy arts, and hang my banner, yea, my heart of hearts. Above thy altar all my company shall do the same forever. There shall be eternal fires burning before thy shrine. Nay, further to this binding vow of mine, my bread and hair, whose length and excellence, my beard and hair, whose length and excellence have never suffered yet from the offense of razor or of shear, I give to thee, I give, and I'll be thy true servant while I live. Now, Lord, have pity on a heart so sore, and give me victory. I ask no more. His prayer was over, and the rings that hung upon the portals of the temple swung. So did the doors, and clattered far and near, at which Arcitia felt the touch of fear. The fires blazed, the altar glistened bright, so that the temple was suffused with light. A scented air rose upward from the ground. Arcitia lifted up his hand and found more incense, and he cast it on the flame. With other rituals, at last the frame of mighty Mars began to shake and ring its hauberk, and he heard a murmuring, low-voiced and dim, that answered, victory. And giving thanks and glorifying he, filled with the joyful hope that he would win, returned at once and went to seek his inn, as happy as a bird is of the sun. Immediately an uproar was begun over the granted boon in heaven above, as between Venus, fairest queen of love, and the omnipotent Mars it did not cease, though Jupiter was busy making peace, until their father Saturn, pale and cold, who knew so many stratagems of old, searched his experience and found an art to please the disputants on either part. Age has a great advantage over youth, in wisdom and by custom, that is the truth. The old may be outrun but not outreasoned, and Saturn stopped their argument and seasoned their fears, although it is not in his nature to, and found a remedy for this to do. My dearest daughter Venus, said old Saturn, my heavenly orbit marks so wide a pattern, it has more power than anyone can know. In the wan sea I drown and overthrow. Mine is the prisoner in the darkling pit. Mine are both neck and noose that strangles it. Mine the rebellion of serfs austere, the murmurings, the privy prisoner. And I do vengeance, I send punishment, and when I am in Leo it is sent. Mine is the ruin of the lofty hall, the falling down of tower and of wall. On carpenter and mansion I their killer. 'Twas I slew Samson when he shook the pillar. Mine are the maladies that kill with the cold, the dark deceits, the stratagems of old. A look from me will farther pestilence. Then weep no more, for by my diligence this Palamon, your dedicated knight, shall have his lady, as you swore he might. Though Mars should help his champion none the less, peace must be made between you soon, I guess. Although you do not share the same complexions, that is what brings these daily insurrections. I am your grandfather, and, as before, I shall do my best to please you. Weep no more. Now I shall cease to speak of gods above, of angry Mars and Venus, queen of love. Tell you all, as plainly as I can, the grand result for which I first began. Part 4. Great was the festival they had that day in Athens, and the lusty time of May put everyone so well in countenance. They spent all Monday at a joust and dance, and the high services of Venus, yet because they knew that up they'd have to get. And early too, to witness the great fight, they went to bed betimes on Monday night. Next morning, when the day began to spring, clattering horse and noise of harnessing echoed through all the whole hostilities about. Up to the palace cantered rout on rout, lords on palfreys, stallions, many a steed, and what device of harness too indeed. So rich and so outlandish, what a deal of goldsmith work, embroidery, and steel. Bright shields and trappings, headpieces and charms, great golden helmets, hauberks, coats of arms, lords on apparelled courtiers, squires too, and knights belonging to their retinue. Spears being nailed, and helmets buckled strong, strapping of shields and lacing up of thong. The work was urgent, not a man was idle, the foamy steeds gnawing the golden bridle, the armorers up and down and round about, racing with file and hammer through the rout. Yeomen on foot and commonalty came, with pipe and clarion, trump and kettle drum, armed with short sticks and making such a rattle, it sounded like the blast of a bloody battle. The place full of people up and down, here 3, there 10, in all the talk of town, and making bets about the Theban knights. Says one, he'll win, another, not by rights. Some backed the man whose beard was black and squared, some backed the skinheads, and some the shaggy haired. Said one, there's a grim fellow, I'll be bound, he'll fight, his battle axe weighs 20 pound. And prophecy went seething round the hall, long after day had risen on them all. Great Theseus was awoken out of sleep by a minstrelsy and noise about the keep. Minstrelsy and noise about the keep. But kept his chamber a resplendent room, till the 2 Theban knights, both of whom an equal honor was done, were brought in presence, throned in a window giving on a pleasance. Sat Theseus like a god in Penelope, and all the people crowded there to see the Duke and offer him their reverence, and hear what orders he might issue thence. A herald on a scaffold shouted, "Ho!" till all the noise was quieted below. Seeing at last the people hushed and still, he thus declared the mighty Theseus's will. Our lords the Duke, as in his high discretion, considered the destruction and suppression of gentle blood were he to jeopardize the lives of those engaging under guise of mortal battle. Wishing none to die, his grace now proposes to modify his ordinance. On forfeit of your lives, no crossbow darts, no poleaxes or knives may pass into the lists or be conveyed. Thus thither no stabbing sword with pointed blade be drawn or even carried at the side. Further, no pair of combatants shall ride more than one course with spears descending thence, to thrust on foot only in self-defense. If any man be injured, none shall take his life. He shall be carried to the stake that is to be ordained on either side, and there conveyed by force he shall abide. And should the principal of either faction be taken to the stake or killed in action, all fighting shall determine thereupon. Godspeed, you all, go forward and lay on. With mace and long sword you may fight your fill. Now go your ways, this is his grace's will. The people rifted heaven with a shout of merriest good humor, crying out, God bless our Duke for doing what he can to save the blood of many a gentleman. Up go the trumpets and the melody, forth to the list canter the company, and as they were bidden to the city verge, the streets were hung in cloth of gold, not serge, and like a lord the Duke began to ride, with him a Theban knight on either side. Behold, behind him rode the Queen and Emily, and behind them another company, of one or another according to their rank, threading through the city with the clank of hoof and armor to the lists that lay beyond. It was not a fully prime of day when Theseus took his seat in majesty. Hippolyta, the Queen, and Emily were with him, other ladies ranked about, and around the scaffoldage a seething rout. And westward look, under the Martian gate, Arcidia and his 100 knights await. And now under a banner of red marched on, and at the self-same moment Palamon enters by the Venus's gate, and takes his place under a banner of white with a cheerful face. You had not found, though you had searched the earth, two companies so equal in their worth. Never were two so splendidly arrayed, and there was none so wise as to have weighed which of them had the advantage of his foe, in valiance, age, degree, or strength of show. They were so equal one could only guess. In two formations they began to dress. And when the roll was called that all might see, their number was not swelled by treachery. The gates were shut, and then the herald cried, "Young knights, now do your duty, show your pride." The heralds then withdrew, their work was done. Out blared the trumpet and the clarion. There's no more to say, but east and west, in go the spears in readiness at the rest. In go the spurs into the horse's side. It's easy seeing which can joust and ride. There the shafts on the shield so thick, one through his breastbone feels the thrust and prick. Up spring the spears to 20 foot in height. Out go the long swords flashing silver bright. Hewing the helmets as they shear and shred, out bursts the blood in streams of sternest red. The mighty maces swing, the bones are bashed. One thrusting through the thickest throng has crashed. There the strong steeds have stumbled, down goes all, man underfoot and rolling like a ball. Another on his feet with truncheon pound, hurdles a rider and his horse to the ground. One's wounded in the body whom they take, spite of his teeth, and bear him to the stake. As was ordained, and there he has to stay, one more is carried off the other way. From time to time the Duke decrees a rest, to drink and be refreshed as they think best. Many a time our Thebians in the flow of battle meet and did each other woe. And each unhorsed the other, there could be no tiger in the vale of Galgafy, raging in search after stolen cub, so cruel as Arcite with spear and club. For jealousy of heart to Palamon, no lion is so fierce to look upon. In all Benmarin, and none so savage, being hunted, nor so hunger mad in ravage, for blood of prey as Palamon for Arcite. The blows upon their helmets bite and beat, and the red blood runs out on man and steed. There comes at last an end to every deed, and ere into the west the sun had shone, strong King Emeritus took Palamon, as he was fighting with Arcite still fresh, and made his sword bite deeply in his flesh. It asked the strength of 20 men to take the yet unyielded Palamon to stake. Seeking a recuse, King Lycurgus coursed toward Palamon, but was himself unhorsed. And King Emeritus, for all his strength, was flung out of the saddle a sword's length, by Palamon's last stroke and sweeping rake, but all for naught, they had brought him to the stake. Nothing could help, however hard he fought, his hardy heart must stay there, was caught, by force and by the rules decided on. Who clamors now in grief but Palamon, that may no more go in again and fight? And when the noble Theseus saw this sight, he rose and thundered forth to every one, "Ho! Stop the fight! No more, for it is done. I will be true judge and no partisan. The Theban prince Arcitia is the man, and shall have Emily won by fortune's grace." Tumult of rejoicing filled the tall space. From every throat in such a caterwaul, it seemed as if the very lists would fall. What now can lovely Venus do above? What is she saying, hapless queen of love? Wanting her will, her eyes were filled with mists, and shining tears fell down upon the lists. She cried, I am disgraced and put to shame. But Saturn said, Peace, daughter, watch the game. Mars has his will, his knight has had his boon, but by my head it shall be your turn soon. The trumpeters with loudest minstrelsy, and the shrill heralds shouting frenziedly, were in high joy for honor of Arcity. But listen quietly and keep your seat. See what a miracle happened thereupon. The fierce Arcitia, with no helmet on, riding his courser around to show his face, cantered the whole length of the jousting place, fixing his eye on Emily aloft, and her returning gaze was sweet and soft. For women, speaking generally, are prone to follow fortune's favors once they're known. She was his whole delight, his joy of heart, but out of the ground behold a fury start. By Pluto sent a request of Saturn, Arcitia's horse rose in terror, danced a pattern, and leapt aside and floundered as he leapt, and ere he was aware Arcity was swept out of the saddle and pitched upon his head onto the ground, and he lay for dead. His breast was shattered by the saddle bow, as black he lay as any coal or crow, for all the blood had run to his face. Immediately they bore him from the place. Sadly to Theseus's palace, what avail, though he was carved out of his coat of mail, and put to bed with every care and skill, yet he was still alive and conscious still, and calling ceaselessly for Emily. Theseus, attended by his company, came slowly home to Athens in full state of joyous festival, no less elate. For this misfortune, wishing not to cast a gloom upon them all for what had passed. Besides, they said Arcitia would not die, he would recover from his injury. And then there was another thing that filled all hearts with pleasure. No one had been killed, though some were badly hurt among the rest, especially the man with stroven breast. As for the other wounds and broken arms, some produced salves, and some relied on charms. Herb pharmacies and sage to make them trim, they drank them off, hoping to save a limb. For such as these Duke Theseus did his best, comforted and honored every guest, and ordered revelry into late the night, for all the foreign princes as was right. None were discouraged or in discontent. It was a jousting, just a tournament. Why should they be discouraged, after all? It's only an accident to have a fall. There is no shame in being borne by force, unyielded to the stake by 20 horse. Alone with none to help, it must be so, carried away by arm and foot and toe. And on a horse maddened by sticks and noise, by men on foot, by yeomen and their boys. There's nothing despicable in all this. No one could ever call it cowardice. Therefore Theseus made proclamation to stop all rancor, grudge, and immolation. That each side was as valorous as the other, and both as like a brother is to a brother. Gave them gifts, to each in his degree, and for 3 days they held festivity. Then he conveyed the king's solemn state out of his city far beyond the gate, and home went everyone by various ways, with no more than goodbye, happy days. The battle done with, I may now go on to speak of poor Arcite Palamon. Swells Arcitia's breast, grievous sore, but his heart increases more and more. Blotting blood for all the doctor's skill, corrupts and festers in his body still. Neither cupping, bleeding out a vein, herbal drink, well again. The expulsive forces known as animal had lost their power to cleanse the natural. Poison could not be expelled. His lungs began to choke, his vessels swelled, clotted was every muscle in his chest. Poison had corrupted his breast. Nor could he profit in his will to live by upward vomit or by laxative. All was shattered, none repair. Nature no longer had dominion. Certainly, where nature will not work, physic, farewell, go bear the man to Kirk. Lag? Seeing any? No, I'm not seeing any lag. Talking about. This is the sum of all. Arcite must die. So he sent for Emily to be by. And Palamon, the cousin of his heart, and thus he spoke, preparing to depart. Nothing of all the sorrows in my breast can now declare itself or be expressed. To you, O lady, that I love the most, but I bequeath the service of my ghost. To you, above all creatures in the world, now that my life is done, banner furled. Alas the woe, alas the pain so strong, that I have suffered for you so long. Alas, O death, alas, my Emily, alas, the parting of our company. Alas, my heart's own queen, alas, my wife, O lady of my heart that ends my life. What is this world? What does man ask to have? Now with his love, now in his cold, cold grave. Alone, alone, none for company. Farewell, my sweetest foe, Emily. Oh, softly take me in your arms, I pray. For love of God, hearken what I say. I have here with my cousin Palamon had strife and rancor many a days now gone. For love of you and for my jealousy, and may Jove's wisdom touch the soul in me. To speak of love and what is service, its service means, through all the circumstances and the scenes of life, namely good faith and knightly deed, wisdom, humility, and noble breed, honor and truth and openness of heart, for as I hope my soul may have its part. With Jove in all the world I know of none so worthy to be loved as Palamon, who serves you and will serve you all his life, and should you ever choose to be a wife, forget not Palamon, that great-hearted man. Speech failed in him, the cold of death began, its upward creeping from his feet to numb the breast, and he was slowly overcome. And further still as form his arms there went, the vital power all was lost and spent. Only the intellect and nothing more that dwelt within his heart, so sick and sore, began to falter when the heart felt death, dusked his two eyes at last, and failed his breath. And yet he gazed at her while he could see, and his last word was mercy. The spirit changed its house and went away, where I came never, where I cannot say. And so I am silent, I am no divine, souls are not mentioned in this tale of mine. I offer no opinion I can tell, you nothing, though some have written where they dwell. Arcite is cold, Mars guide him on his way, something of Emily I have to say. Palamon howls and Emily is shrieking, and Theseus leads away his sister, seeking to bear her from the corpse. She faints away. Why tarry on her tears, or spend the day, telling you how she wept both eve and morrow? For in these cases women feel such sorrow. When it befalls their husbands to be taken, the greater part seem utterly forsaken, and fall into a sickness so extreme that many of them perish, it would seem. Infinite were the sorrows and the tears of older folk and those of tender years. Throughout the town all for this Thean's death wept man and boy, and sure a wilder breath of lamentation had never been heard since Hector, freshly slaughtered, was interred in Troy. Alas, to see the mourning there, the scrabbled faces, the disheveled hair. Must you have died? The woman wailed. For see, had you not gold enough? And Emily? No one could lighten Theseus of his care, except his father, old Argius there. He knew the transmutations of the world, and had seen its changes as it whirled, bliss upon sorrow, sorrow upon bliss, and give his son instruction upon this. Just as there never died a man, said he, but had in life some station or degree, so there never lived a man, he said, in all the world, but in the end was dead. And this world is but a thoroughfare of woe, and we are pilgrims passing to and fro. Death is the end of every worldly sore. On top of this he said a great deal more, to this effect, with wisest exhortation, heartening the people in their tribulation. In time the thoughts of Theseus were astir, to find a site and build a sepulchre for good Arcite, and how it best might be ordained to fit his honor and degree. And in the end the place decided on was where Arcite first met with Palamon, battle for their love, that there between the branches in that very grove of green, where he had sung his amorous desire in sad complaint, and felt love hot as fire. He planned a fire to make in funeral observances, and so accomplish all. So he commanded them to hack and fell the ancient oak trees, and to lay them well, rows and bundles faggoted to burn. Forth ride his officers, and soon return on swiftest foot with his commandments done. And after this Theseus appointed one to fetch a briar, and had it fitly clad, cloth of gold, the finest that he had. And in the same cloth he had clad Arcite, and on his hands white gauntlets as were meet. He placed and on his head a laurel crown, and in his hand the sword of his renown. He laid him, bare his face, upon the briar, and wept upon him, pity was to hear. And that his body might be seen by all, when it was day he bore them to the hall, that roared with morning sounds in unison. Then came that woeful Theban Palamon, fluttering beard and ash-bespeckled hair, in sable garments stained with many a tear. Yet passing all in weeping Emily was the most sorrowful of the company. and that the service to be held might be the nobler, more befitting his degree. Duke Theseus demanded them to bring 3 steeds, all trapped in steel and glittering, and mantled with the arms of Prince Arcite. Upon these huge white steeds that paced the street, upon these rode one who bore Arcitia's shield. A second bore the spear he used to wield. His Turkish bow and quiver of burnished gold was given to the third of them to hold. Slowly they paced, their countenances drear, toward the destined grove, as you shall hear. Upon the shoulders of the noblest men, among the Greeks there came the coffin then. Their eyes were red with tears, their slackened feet paced through the city by the master street. The way was spread with black, and far on high black draperies hung downwards from the sky. The old Argius to the right was placed, with Theseus on his left, and so they paced, bearing gold vessels of a rare design, brimming with honey and milk, with blood and wine. And then came Palamon with his company, and after that came woeful Emily, with fire in her hand, the custom then used in the obsequies of famous men. High was the labor, rich was the attire, and service at the making of the fire, that reached to heaven in a cone of green. The arms were 20 fathoms broad, I mean. The boughs and branches heaped upon the ground, and straw in piles had first been loaded and round. But how they made the funeral fires flame, or what the trees by number or by name, oak, fir tree, birch, aspen, and poplar too, ilex and alder, willow, elm, and yew, box, chestnut, plane, ash, laurel, thorn, and lime, beech, hazel, whipple tree. I lack the time to tell you who felled them, nor can tell how their poor gods ran up and down the dell, all disinherited of inhabitation, robbed of their quiet, and in their desolation, the nymph and dryad of the forest lawn, the hamadryad and their subtle fawn. These I pass over, birds and beasts and well, that fled in terror when the forest fell. Nor shall I say how in the sudden light of the untoward sun the dell took fright, nor how the fire first was couched in straw, then in dry sticks thrice severed with a saw, then in green wood with spice among the stems, and then in cloth of gold with precious gems, and many a flower garland in the stir, breathing incense and the scent of myrrh. Nor how Arcitia lay among it all, nor of the wealth and splendor of his pall, nor yet how Emily thrust in the fire, as custom was, and lit the funeral pyre. Nor how she fainted when they fed the flame, nor what she said or thought I shall name. None of the jewels that they took and cast into the fire when it flamed at last. Nor shall I tell how some threw shield and spear, or what their garments by the burning briar. Nor of the cups of wine and milk and blood that others poured upon the fiery flood. Nor tell you how the Greeks in mighty rout left-handedly went thrice and thrice about the flaming pyre, and shouted as they drove, and thrice they clashed their spears about the grove. Nor yet relate how thrice the ladies wept, nor who supported Emily and kept pace with her homeward, nor shall it be told how Prince Arcitia burnt to ashes cold. Nor how the wake was held in the delight of funeral games that lasted all the night. What naked wrestler glistening with oil made the best showing in his dangerous toil, I will not say, nor say how by one, they all went home after the games were done, but shortly to the point, for I intend to bring my long narration to an end. In course of time, and after certain years, mourning had been accomplished, and their tears were shed no more by general consent, and then it seems they held a parliament at Athens touching certain points and cases, and among these they dealt with certain places, with which to form alliances abroad, to keep the Thebans fully overawed. And noble Theseus ordered thereupon that summons should be sent for Palamon, not knowing for what reason ordered back, and still in melancholy suit of black, Palamon came on his authority in haste, and Theseus sent for Emily. When all were settled there and hushed in place, the noble Duke kept silent for a space, and ere he spoke the wisdom in his breast, he let his eyes fall where it pleased him best. Then with sober visage, as the still sound of a sigh, he thus expressed his will. The first great cause, and moreover of all above, when first he made that fairest chain of love, great was the consequence, and high the intent. He well knew why he did what he meant, and what he meant. For in the fairest chain of love he bound fire and air and water and the ground. Of earth in certain limits they may not flee, and that same prince, and moreover then, said he, established this wretched world, appointing ways, seasons, durations, certain length of days, to all that is engendered here below, past which predestined hour none may go. Though they have power to abridge those days, I need not quote authority or raise more proof than what experience can show, but give opinion here from what I know. Since we discern this order, we are able to know that Prince is infinite and stable. Anyone but a fool knows in his soul that every part derives from this great whole. For nature cannot be supposed to start from some particular portion or mere start, but from a whole and undisturbed perfection, descending thence to what is in subjection, to change and will corrupt, and therefore he in wise foreknowledge established a decree that species of all things and the progression of seed and growth continue by succession, and not eternally. This is no lie, as any man can see who has an eye. Look at the oak, how slow a tree to nourish, from when it springs until it comes to flourish. It has so long a life, and yet we see that in the end it falls, a wasted tree. Consider, too, how the stone we tread under our feet, that very rock and bed on which we walk, is wasting as it lies. Time will be when the broadest river dries, and the great cities wane and last descend into dust, for all things have an end. For man and woman we can plainly see two terms appointed, so it needs must be, that is to say, the terms of youth and age, for every man will perish, king and page, some in their beds, and some in the deep sea, and some upon the battlefield may be. There is no help for it, all take the track, for all must die, and there is none comes back. Who orders this but Jupiter the king, the prince and cause of all and everything, converting all things back into the source from which they were derived, to which they course. Against this no creature here alive, whatever his degree may hope to strive, then hold it wise, for it seems to me to make a virtue of necessity. Take in good part, and what we may not eschew, especially whatever things are due. To all of us, his is a foolish soul that's rebel against him who guides the whole. And it is honor to a man whose hour strikes in his day of excellence and flower, when he is certain of his own good name, and never known in any act of shame, and gladder should a friend be of his death, where there is honor in the yielded breath. Gladder than for a name by age made pale, and all forgotten the heroic tale. Then is the time, if you would win a name, to die upon the moment of your fame. The contrary of this willfulness, why do we murmur? Where is the distress? If good Arcite, the flower of chivalry, is gone in honor and in duty free of the foul prison of this life, shall those he loved, his cousin and his wife, murmur against his welfare, or suppose he can return them thanks? Not he, God knows. Offending so against him, they offend themselves and are no happier in the end. So what conclusion can I draw from this, except that after grief there should be bliss, and praise to Jupiter for all his grace, so ere we make departure from this place, I rule that of to sorrows we endeavor to make one perfect joy to last forever. Then let us look, and where we find herein the greatest grief, let happiness begin. Sister, he said, it has my full assent, and is confirmed by this my parliament, that gentle Palamon, your own true knight, who loves and serves you, your heart and soul and might, and always has risen first he saw your face, shall move you to feel pity, gain your grace, and so become your husband and your lord. Give me your hand, for this is our reward. Let us now see your womanly compassion. By God, he's a king's nephew, were his fashion, no more than that of a knight bachelor. What with the years he served and suffered for your love, unless his sufferings deceive me, he would be worth considering, believe me. A noble mercy should surpass a right. And then said he to Palamon the knight, I think there needs but little sermoning to gain your own assent to such a thing. Come near and take your lady by the hand. And they were joined together by the band. That is called matrimony, also marriage, by counsel of the Duke and all his peerage. And thus, with every bliss and melody, Palamon was espoused to Emily. And God that all this wide world has wrought, send them his love, for it was dearly bought. Now Palamon's in joy amid a wealth of bliss and splendor, happiness and wealth. He's tenderly beloved of Emily, and serves her with gentle constancy, and never a jealous word between them spoken, or other sorrow in a love unbroken. Thus ended Palamon and Emily, and God save all this happy company. Amen. Ends Knight's Tale. I hope you enjoyed that little semi-tragic love story. So, my voice is obviously getting a little sore, talking so much. I've also been out. Thanks, Retro. Also been outside in the cold for quite a while, so hopefully not coming down with anything, but still a little strained. So, are going to change it up, and I'm going to play Marvel Rivals for a little bit till. Aw, glad you enjoyed it. Marvel Rivals for a little bit till I probably have to go out snow. Apparently this week it just really likes snowing. So I am to change the title. Okay, good. Change that. All right, so now that's updated. Twitch, now updated on YouTube. Change the thumbnail real quick. So that's saved, and now for kick. Right, now that those are all set up, I'm going to do it. Doing a short race on Sunday. God, I might have to work. I know it's supposed to snow today, then to tomorrow. Sunday, maybe I might have to work. But if I can make it, then definitely. I appreciate the invite. So, let's see, I need to change a few settings. Relay race. All right. Nice. What game exactly is it? Gave a wheel with two short game. Okay. A few short games like Mario first. Okay. It's Mario game. Nice. Standard platformer. When do I work? I don't know. I haven't gotten any information on exactly come in to start moving snow around. Simple quick. All right. I could definitely get behind that. Divide the game into teams, pick the games, and you and your partner decide who runs which game. Okay. Nice. Was it snowing now? I'm not really seeing any snow right now, so that's good. But I know they probably will eventually be. Let's see now. Oh yeah, the newest skins out. Mr. and Mrs. Richards. That's really cute. Marvel's first family. I think there's a. Oh, the Goddess of Death one might be new. I've seen that one. I know, it's adorable. Oh, maybe it's just like the 30% off or whatever. Probably it on costumes. Okay, that's always been there. It's cute. It's adorable. Let's see who's actually on. Cosplay ideas. I don't know. I think I have a little bit more gray than just the sideburns. Yeah, what are the missions? 2 sprays, okay. Deal damage. Is, okay. I think I'll do that one first. Just get that one out of the way. I gotta use 2 sprays as well. So, let's do a quick match. I have Sharpies? No, I am not putting Sharpie in my hair. There's dyes specifically for that.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Actually gonna move myself out of the way just a little bit. There we go.
Are you ready to hunt?
And we'll do that, Mr. Whiny Pants.
I was chosen by that. Let me show you why.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
This universe calls on me to protect it. And yet,
You cannot forsake the people of your own kingdom. I understand that struggle all too well.
heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Perhaps the only thing heavier than my hammer, old friend.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
For a little robot, but Herbie's up to the
Perhaps I
task.
should have stayed in my cocoon a bit longer.
A true hunter needs not hide from their prey.
You're halfway there.
Listen, learn.
Keep going.
Let's try something different.
Moon is nothing more than reflected sunlight. Fascinating, isn't it?
No one asked for your opinion, robot. Especially Khonshu.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
On your toes. Here they come.
Behind you, my friend.
A true hunter need not hide from their prey. My aim is true.
Disappear!
Tremble before fast!
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Judge, jury, execution.
I still need you.
Healing power.
Khonshu won't like it, but I'm willing to help.
Your god is suffering. Beware. We are in the same together to victory.
Halfway there. Keep going.
I am Asgard's might. Rise, my friend.
Second chances over.
have some hunt
Get
left
that
in me.
vehicle moving again!
We are in the front. My aim is true. This robot's directive must be completed.
Quantum Max, stronger together.
Get that vehicle moving again! Disappear! Chin up! Shield up! Take that!
This had better be
My
worth
soul
it,
shall
Witchers.
not rest yet.
On your toes.
Judge! Jury! Executioner! Tremble before past! This will not be my home.
Okay, so I need to change the settings so that way I'm not talking to everyone there. Let's see now. Okay, so where is push to talk? Let's push to talk. How do I enable that? Accessibility. Good. Good. Is it? Where in the hell is it? Customize? No. Oh, really? Can't get the last two? Why? What happens in the Chronoverse saga that I missed 20 points out of? Okay. You. I am trying to find out where the hell push to talk is. Audio. Voice chat mode, open mic. Okay, there it is. There we are. There we go. Yay, problem solved. All right. Now I still have to do more things. What are the missions again? Take a bunch of damage, secure 10 assists. I can do that easily. 2 sprays. Health packs, okay. 10 matches. Take 3,000 damage. Deal damage as Wolverine, Black Panther, Star-Lord, or Winter Soldier. Okay. Quick match. Woo! Now I can talk to you, chat. All day. Also, apparently, Live 2D. If that's it.
You'll need a top-notch team.
Not Live 2D, it's something else.
Anyone stands in my way, they won't be standing much longer.
So it wasn't Live 2D. Live 2D Studio, something like that. The one that runs my little avatar.
This ain't my first rodeo. Sure as hell won't be my last.
Asgard has been invaded yet again. But as always,
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Your senses like those of vast hostess.
Perfect for doing some hunting. You with me, T'Challa?
Only if you leave some free for me.
No promises, bub.
Easy there, you Loki fangirl.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Got eyes on some bogeys.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Even better than my mutant power.
Anyone willing to help?
Very nice.
That's fine Asgardian pine, you heathen.
You can put me down, but I always get back up.
What is wrong with you?
Double KO.
This mutant carves his own path. You're mine.
So many things.
This is your big chance.
Beating the hell out of him, though.
If we must play the role of God on this day, so be it.
Shields up. Another epic victory.
Good round. Oh, wait, sorry. It's not, let's see. Yes! MVP! What's wrong with you? 10-4. I mean, Squirrel Girl got better than I did. I was just causing a shit ton more damage, I guess. I think I got the cause the damage though. But we'll see. Then we could stop messing around with Wolverine. Let's learn this, bub. Ooh. Does Wolverine take down an enemy Magneto? Nice! I like that one. Alright. So now season, what's the missions? I used to have to use another spray. Okay. So now it's just the simple ones. Alright. With that I could do that in competitive. Try and pull myself up from negative 19 platinum 3 to something more respectful. All right, gotta lock it in. I have been having better luck as a solo healer than I have been with, like, people I know. Wait, what?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
Negative 19? What do you mean negative 19? Oh, they give you a little bit of leeway. If you're in a rank before sending you down to the next one, it still adds to the total at the end of it. So instead of being 100 at gold 1, I'm sitting at instead of sitting at 81 in gold 1, I'm sitting at negative 19 in platinum 3. But if I go past 20, I think, in the negative, then they'll send me back to gold.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Tandy needs help.
Yggdrasil be praised. What an epic gathering across realms it brought.
Don't mind me. I'm just dying. I was a little messed up there. Thanks. Target neutralized. Get ready to lock and overload. You're ready for action. Do your worst. Replay. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Great. I go from one fucking alt right into another one.
Double KO.
That was dumb.
Launch it again.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Relay deployed. It ain't
Judge, jury, executioner!
Get ready to lock and overload. Team play. That's you're ready for action. This is real firepower. This is real firepower.
Fairly wounded.
It seems I can on your six. I'll patch you up.
No swimming away now, little fish. I am no longer in control.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Team play. That's me. Don't mind me. I'm just dying.
We are undefeatable.
All that bravado for nothing. That is much better.
Armor patch here. Hey up. I'll patch you up. Kind of vulnerable.
I am Asgard Knight.
You're ready for action. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
I got taken out by a mantis?
You ain't got me yet. Relay deployed. It ain't cheap.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Here they are.
This is real firepower.
I'll get you next time. Only 60 seconds left.
Who needs a power? Us against the world.
By the eye of Agamotto. By the eye of Agamotto.
Oh, I'm gonna get some revenge.
Fuck you, Strange, just because I killed you a couple times.
You're welcome.
Much better.
This is a nice.
Down to 30 seconds.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Vehicle moving again. Thanks.
Get ready to lock
Final 10 seconds.
blaze. Oh, I'm gonna get some revenge.
Touch the point, touch the point!
We are. The current score is 1-2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
Sorry, we got this, Chad. We can hold him.
Occasionally take stuff that doesn't belong. snowshooter like me, buddy.
Never figured I'd have something in common with a talking raccoon.
This is a nice spot.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
From what I hear about this dual character, I don't think I'm gonna like him very much. Get ready to lock and overload. You're ready for action.
Us in their sights.
Better stop that vehicle.
Down! That flark! You're welcome.
That's their job.
Team play. That's me. I'll patch you up.
Just embrace the light. There's a sniper.
Back to fighting strength.
I feel like myself again.
You're welcome. Get ready to lock.
Better stop that vehicle.
I didn't even know I was down there.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them. I'll get you next time.
This is a nice spot.
Better stop that vehicle.
You're ready for action. This is real firepower.
We are undefeatable.
Send their weapons of war. Neutralize the turret. Judge, jury, executioner!
Please, stop them.
They're on your tail. Destructible environment here.
My good deed for the day. I'll patch you up. Get ready to lock and overload.
That's a dad job, thanks.
You stop them in their tracks.
You're ready for action.
How refreshing.
You're welcome.
Plasma burst!
Pay up.
I feel like myself again.
Please, we're hurt.
Do your worst.
Here comes trouble.
Such a complex weapon for such a
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man. This is real firepower.
That's a dad job.
Neutralize the fucking helpful.
That is much better.
Who needs a power-up? I'll patch you up. My good deed for the day.
Powering up. You stop them in their tracks.
Much better.
We are undefeatable.
You're welcome.
By the eyes of Agamotto.
Fuck. Yeah, Plasma versus Invisible Woman.
Things are gonna be different this time. Oh, someone
Hey, so for you, those of you running away from the Psylocke ult, you want to just stand in it next time so fucking you can kill me? Group up for the Psylocke ult. You don't run away. Spider-Man's on backline.
Ah, fuck.
Down to 30 seconds.
Excellent forms, dear Mantis. They're up against it. You just gotta hold on.
Shit.
Final score 1-2-2. Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Just going to say that's not a familiar one yet. Yep, see, now I'm back to gold 1. They had 1 healer and 4 DPSs? No fucking way. Oh, they're fucking sniper. That was a little suspect on how he knew exactly where I was. On that 1 kill. All right, now to go back to platinum. Oh, no, there was nothing I want. Do, 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 do. Just having a real string of bad luck when it comes to competitive. Also got to get it as high as I can before the 21st, I think. When it goes down, when I go down 4 ranks, I have to climb back up again. Halfway through the season. Okay. Waiting on a level 51. Damn. Played for quite a while. With a potato internet. I'm assuming somebody's not, this is getting canceled. Somehow, I highly doubt this match is happening.
Pick your hero.
Shit.
Or villain. I'm not judging.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
I stand corrected.
You can count on me. I got a plan.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Every time I see you, I think to myself, as long as Spider-Man is still around, everything will be all right.
Oh, that's a lot of pressure.
I don't mean it that way. You just mean a lot to a lot of people.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I was born to battle, but I have learned to love peace as well.
Relay deployed. It ain't cheap.
Asgard's most sacred element.
Don't mind me. I'm just dying. You're ready for action.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture.
Good game. Yeah. Round. Sorry.
Just say it. There's nothing I can't fix.
Don't get jealous, Spider. 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Really, Eddie? After all the times you've tried to ruin my life, I'm hurt.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
So there are two doomed, huh? Sounds like overpopulation. Relay deployed. It ain't cheap. You're welcome.
The Life Force wants to kill you. No! Spidey's don't go down as easy. I'll get you next
Looks like the mission area is ours to capture now.
You're ready for action.
Spider mode!
Someone scratch my back. Feel the wrath of the Armed and dangerous.
Lock in on this end.
I'll patch you up. You get a weapon. You get a weapon.
I am ready to put on a show.
This is real firepower.
Capture the mission area!
Damn.
Double KO! That's 3!
Launch it again.
What you doing, Shark?
Armor pack here. This is real firepower. I'll patch you up.
What the?
That was tasty. You're welcome. That is much better.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
I'll patch you up. Armed and dangerous. This is real firepower.
Whoa! Oh, I got hit by freaking Jeff.
Double KO!
You ain't got rid of me yet.
They've almost got it!
Thanks.
Feel the wrath of the goddess.
I am ready to put on a show.
We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Oh my god, Jeff has his ult again?
Comes rocking again. You're welcome.
I can go, Luna.
superpowers are amazing. Also, the ice effects look great on stage. 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
It will take more than light to solve our problems.
You're underestimating my light. That's okay. Happens all the time.
When I find whoever did this to the world, that will be a bad day for them.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
It's like a fairy tale, complete with an evil usurper.
Healing. Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Fucking Winter Soldier.
Double KO! They captured the mission area!
My
That friggin' Jeff.
That's a good feeling.
You owe me one.
Battlefield ready again.
Be strong together. I am ready to put on a show. I am ready to put on a show.
Armed and dangerous!
It's okay. Admit it.
Again!
Oh my god.
Again!
Nobody can protect the healers from Bucky.
I'm making a comeback. Control lost. There they are. Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Fuck you, Jeff.
Fear, best son. That one hurts. A nice deep freeze. You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going. Enemy trapped. Follow them. Thanks so much. And sometimes. Fury's almost yours. I'll get you next time. Ice Blast. I don't have to be center stage. Not gonna lie, that symbiote is scary. I am ready to put on a show! You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
My way!
It's okay. Give me more. Shake it up.
Good game.
Nice team. That's nice right there.
Another epic victory. Big win!
No problem on the Luna. Okay, just about to get out of gold. Please. Come on now, out of gold. Let's go. Dun 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 dun. I have confidence in this team. I have all the confidence in this team. We got this shit.
Top-notch team to win this one.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
Good God. 3 lords right off the bat. Tucker Carlson. Come on now, we need a tank.
Round one.
Count
Go!
on me. I got a armor patch here. Pay up.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Hey, I saw that turret thing you do. How much you want for it?
Not for sale.
What, are you kidding? Everything's for sale.
Maybe for other people, not for me.
They got a Scarlet Witch on the left.
The battle starts in 5,
So no tanks?
3, 2, 1. Help get that vehicle to its destination. Hey, he's killing that tree. We're going to need medical support.
You're ready for action.
I feel like myself again.
Team player, that's me. That fucking hurt. You're ready for action.
Take back your old cold shoe.
I appreciate you.
Spider-Man gone? That one hurts.
I'll patch you up.
Halfway there. Keep going. Us against the world.
Ready for a boost?
I'm good to go.
More bad guys. Just what we need. Go. You're welcome.
Get that vehicle moving again.
I feel like myself
I'll
again.
patch you up. Enemy needs help. Don't mind me. I'm just dying. You're ready for action.
Get that vehicle moving again.
This is real firepower. I'll patch you up.
My friends are here.
Scarlet behind.
Disappear.
Hey, Hitmon Lee, you gonna play? Oh, never mind.
Okay. You're ready for action.
Us against the world. Sorry, Calamari.
Oh my god, how the hell did that fucking circle get me?
Here comes Rocket again. Relay deployed. It ain't cheap.
Get that vehicle moving again! Down to 30 seconds. Little one. We're running out of time to get to that train.
My life force.
I'll patch you up.
I am pretty old. Check this place out. I'll get you next time. Co-op time. You'll have to keep us against the world. Disappear.
Fuck you, Namor. Oh, that's because you tossed up that fucking turret.
You ain't got rid of me yet. I'll patch you up. This is real firepower.
Seems the tides have turned against you, Namor.
I'll patch you up.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Job, y'all.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum. Keep forging ahead. Enemy towering now.
I'll patch you up. Someone scratch my back.
What vile? Much better.
You're ready for edge. My good deed for the day.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
This is a nice spot.
I feel like I'm being watched.
You're ready for edge.
Oh, I touch a
Aim for the big tree.
Spider style.
By the eye of Agamotto.
You're ready for edge.
I'll get you next.
Fuck!
Hey, zombie boy, do you mind swapping with me?
I didn't know he got both of us.
You're welcome. Andy needs help.
If you sell my dive, you got move faster.
Zombie boy?
Vehicle moving again.
Okay, thanks.
Scratch my back. Armor packs here. Pay up. You're ready for edge. This is real firepower. Those guys are about to shoot at us.
Fire mode.
You're welcome.
Final 10 seconds.
Fuck!
Double KO.
Namor and Scarlet Witch behind us.
Us against the world. That's 3.
Things are gonna be different.
Namor dead.
Keep fighting
Scarlet's still
till we
alive.
have a winner.
Scarlet dead.
National pop star and full-time superhero. Almost there. Don't turn back now. That one hurts. Vehicle reached
Good job, y'all.
Bucky behind us! Bucky behind us! Fuck! He just gets me as soon as I fucking get there. Fucker jumped me.
By the eye of Agamotto.
We got 4 sports. Hell yeah.
Sorry about your squiddies, Namor.
Double KO.
Oh, these fucking squids.
My friends are here. Down to 30 seconds.
We might need another DPS.
The final 10 seconds. Hits the grand finale. You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Neymar.
Us against the world.
Nice try, everybody.
Score is 2-0.
Good push.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
I'm Luna Snow. Like the moon, I shine in darkness. All I ever wanted to do was sing, really.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Oh, look at you! You're so cute! It's nice to finally team up with somebody just like me.
You have a fully weaponized spider robot as well?
Oh, no. But I do have an army of squirrels.
Does that count? And I suppose we'll find out soon enough. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I suck. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
This is where the Viking golf live? Glad I brought my armor.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee.
Khonshu has his eye on you.
Ooh, a touch of chilling.
We're finding our groove.
Namor in the back. Fucking hate those goddamn calamari.
I'm back in the fight. Mantis is now available.
They've made it halfway. Stop them.
Avatar is here.
Oh, you're frozen. Better stop that vehicle. There's still a chance to stop them.
That's a good feeling. Such
I need to hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
enemies better beware.
That put a spring in my step.
Ooh, a touch of chilling.
Better
Need more to our left. In the back. Fuck me. That's it. I'm switching to rocket.
Double KO! They've made it halfway! Stop them! There's still a chance to stop them! Us against the world!
Got him, Tippy!
Better stop that vehicle!
Tony's down?
Final score.
Oh my fucking god.
3. Well, you didn't expect to win them all.
$11 and $12. Good God. Jesus. God. Come on, team.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
McConnell, you fuck no, hell no. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, no, he's not a good Punisher. Oh my god, he's not. McConnell is the Punisher was in my team, and he's such fucking ass. Oh no. Oh my god, we're gonna lose this game again. McConnell, you fucking sucked ass, bro. Oh my god, we're doomed, guys.
Coming in 30
GG's.
seconds. Stay strong.
GG's.
Wow, you look tough.
Look like you belong in high school. What are you?
Why is the fucking algorithm pairing me with this guy again, bro? Oh my god.
Criminals.
Well, we are in the right place for that.
Oh, so you guys are a fucking duo? That makes it even fucking worse.
The battle starts in
Oh my god, dude. Oh, GG's, guys. GG's.
2, 1. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Once we get this timeline thing sorted out, I'm taking a long vacation somewhere with lots of stuff to steal. You're ready for action.
On the move again. And Wakanda's king falls.
Someone scratch my back.
I like the cold.
Penny and Namor up top on the left.
Someone scratch my back. What kind of person makes nests of explosive spiders?
Oh my effing god. Yep. Definitely optimistic.
Double KO! They made it halfway! Stop them!
I'll patch you up. Refreshing. This is a nice spot. Spider bots.
There's still a chance to stop them!
You're welcome.
I suck! I am ready to put on a show!
Grace us with victory by the eye of Agamotto.
It's Spider Time! Now might be a good time to stop them.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, dude. This is over.
Someone scratch my back.
Better stop that vehicle!
Oh my fucking god.
Oh, I'm gonna get some revenge.
They made it halfway! Stop them!
This is real firepower.
Us against the world!
Team play. That's me. I'll patch you up.
I'm doing this my way.
Moonlight placed an ult.
Someone scratch my back. I'll patch you up. Ready again. Ready for a boost? I'll patch you up. My good deed.
A nice deep freeze. Watch it fall!
Armor packs here. Pay off.
There's still a chance to stop them! Sorry, we need you back. I am ready to put on a show!
Whoa, how did I get hit?
We better do this.
Rockets, launch it again.
Glitching.
Those guys are about to show us.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
You're ready for action. Someone scratch my back. This my way.
Stop that vehicle!
This is real firepower.
It's Spider
Great.
You ain't got rid of me yet.
It's now or never! Stop them! Better stop that vehicle!
You're ready for action.
Much better.
God, I hate Namor and his frickin'. Yeah. That Namor wants me bad.
I'm gonna get some revenge. You're ready for action.
Only 60 seconds left.
Keyhole break real nice.
Vengeance never ends. My strength.
The current score is 0-3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
6 and 9?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
Five and 7 and 6 and 9. How the fuck?
Round 2.
The wrong thing is more fun.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
At least I know I can trust you.
Well, that's a one-way street.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
All the 10 realms and much would lie easily within Niflheim's borders.
You're welcome. Draw near. Well, at least the grossest part of the battle is over. I'll patch you up. Gets in there.
I am barely harmed. You're one to protect your rear.
Namor has a loyal army of his own, it seems.
I'll patch you up. Hawk is off the menu.
Who can fight the goddess of hell?
No thanks. Robot spiders all over the place. I'll patch you up.
Us against the world.
Ready for a boost? Our foes go near. This is real firepower! My good deed was dead. You're welcome.
Dagger would not like these
Armor packed here. Pay up. Don't mind me. I'm just dying. Well, at least the grossest part of the battle is over. I'll patch you up.
It's spider time!
Team player. That's me.
Nope! Damn it! God. Just on the outside of that shit.
Got rid of me yet. You're ready for action.
An oak. Smash it.
You're welcome. Ready for a boost?
Battlefield ready again.
See? I'm blocking. You get away with it. You
Okay, definitely avoiding those two. "15 deaths? Jesus, man, you're just feeding their you're just feeding their ults constantly. Oh my god. Please get on it, dude.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
What are you calling a raccoon, huh?
Do we want 3 supports?
Either or, I'm fine with. Skip.
When the chips are down, you want your heroes a little roguish and scruffy. Like
We'll be
me.
coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
How the hell did she get up there as Luna Snow?
Well, well, look who's back to save the entire Flarkin universe.
You say that as if it is a bad thing.
Did I? Heh, I guess sarcasm is my default setting. You are gonna save the universe, though, right?
No, we will save it together.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Our enemies
You
are
need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
that is one heck of a tree.
I just got more dangerous.
A nice deep freeze.
You're welcome. Ow! That Flarkin hurt.
I require some
Good round.
0 to
Hell yeah.
0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
Should I play Magneto or stick with support?
Same team, same team.
If they come at us with 3 tanks, then we gotta switch it up.
Round 2.
Some of my best friends are crooks and villains.
Heals were great that round, guys.
Deployed. It ain't cheap.
You can stop my grand scheme?
Yeah, it felt like a pretty good run.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
They got a penny coming in.
Go up on the left side over here.
There were indeed witches and mages among my ancestor Stephen.
Is he dropping them right on the stairs or right in front
No,
of the door?
they went to the left.
The battle starts in
Oh,
5,
Penny to the left. Watch out, Storm.
4, 3,
They got a Black Panther in the forward and a Jeff on the right.
help get that vehicle to its destination.
I just got more dangerous.
I am strengthened.
I suck.
I'll patch you up. Oh, someone scratch my back. Team player, that's me.
These mechanical elapsed.
You're better already. You're ready for action.
Just one up here.
Us against the world. Thanks so much.
Hurricane incoming. You're welcome.
Spider-Man down.
Speed for the day. Relay deployed. It ain't cheap.
Good game. Good game.
1, 2, 0. Another epic victory. Take 1.
Is that a Loki statue? Yes. Yes, there is a Loki statue. Come on now, get me back up to platinum. It's that current horde that map again. Stop that. As far as I know, Marvel Rivals has not put out any like figurines or anything like that. Don't. Hey, listen, I tried to get you to play Marvel Rivals and be a Loki. You wouldn't. Oh, really? We're waiting on my internet? Son of a...
You'll need a top
Suck at those games, and you know what? I sucked at these games, and I knew it. Ooh.
We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear.
like your firearms. Never thought I'd find someone with the same taste on this backward planet.
Yeah? What do you got in your trash can?
Let's see. Ion turret, photon reaction chain gun, mini black hole.
War journal entry.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Anything that increases my firepower, I like.
This is a nice spot. Ahead, I found him. I'll patch you up. Don't mind me. I'm just dying.
System error.
You're welcome. Okay, hold your horses. I'll deploy another beacon.
How did our beacon get destroyed?
You're ready for action. See, I'm fucking helpful.
Systems restored. Whoever they are, they don't look friendly.
I'll patch you up. You're ready for action. This is real firepower.
I am ready to put on a show.
You're welcome.
Powering up. It's spider time!
Some healing, Khonshu. I'll patch you up.
Battlefield ready again.
You got
Ready for a team play. That's me. That is much better. You're ready for action. That fucking hurt.
Systems restored.
Team play. That's me.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
I'm doing this my way! Leave them.
Ah, shit. Couldn't escape that magic fast enough.
The move!
Things are gonna be different this time.
You need their power.
You're welcome.
Powering up.
This is a nice spot.
Watch out, these spiders detonate.
Your powers are mine. Armed. This is real
I am
firepower.
ready to put on a show.
How refreshing.
By the quick strike.
Needed that, thanks. Who needs a power?
It's spider time!
Man, I gotta make another beacon.
Here comes trouble.
Oh, someone scratch my back.
Systems restored.
I'll patch you up. Team play. That's me.
Second death? Yep, second death.
Double KO.
Things are gonna be fighters. You're welcome.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Who needs a power?
Down to 30 seconds.
Armed and dangerous.
Oh, God. She got lucky.
Final 10 seconds.
You're ready for it.
I am ready to put on a show. No longer a blast. Keep fighting until
By the eye of Agamotto!
fire mode.
Behold, Dark Child!
Fuck! Darkchild got me.
It's spider time.
This time, Punisher's down. Crazy.
The current score is 2-0.
Good round.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
Hello, Mozzarella. Let's just step it up a little. 11 and
Round 2.
I'm a good guy who occasionally takes stuff that doesn't belong to me.
We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
What, humans? They don't understand anything because they never listen.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Khonshu gave me my mission, and nothing's going to stop me from seeing it through.
fuck!
A shortcut through space. Told you. Rockets, launch it again.
Bitches. Fuck you, Bucky.
I'll patch you up.
Winter Soldier a win.
Namor wasn't bad enough on his own. You're ready for
You
it.
need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
God damn that Bucky!
Double KO.
Chase down.
That's 3.
Oh, I'm gonna get some revenge.
So long.
You're welcome.
I'm good to go.
Get ready to lock and overload.
Final score 2-2-3.
12-0.
Can't expect
It's
to win
Punisher.
them all.
Avoid. Okay, don't give me an upvote then. And oh my god. Yeah, rude. It was probably that Polish battle one, the one that was initially, oh, I'm a Lord Rocket. And then he switched off of it. But whatever. Get me back to play. Oh my god.
I don't know if that makes me that bitch. I'm saying that I just back my car up into the park.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
Afternoon. Certainly hope so. I'm getting tired of losing.
Chips are down. You want your heroes a little roguish and scruffy, like me.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You're a shooter like me.
There's no shooter like me, buddy.
Never figured I'd have something in common with a talking raccoon.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Point me to
Wait.
the dooms.
I was like, I better not be the only healer.
Relay deployed. It ain't cheap. Get ready to lock and unload. From the brick, baby.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Fuck! Captain America got me. What about my model?
Things are gonna be different this time.
Hi there.
I'm ready to unleash my mystic power. Punishment is almost ready. Assemble here.
This is a nice spot. Here they come.
Battlefield ready again. I'm doing this my way.
Armor packs here. Hey up.
Good medicine. Don't see wolf. I unleash the
Hope I can return the favor sometime.
Control these!
supreme. A successful operation.
Ready for a boost? I'll patch you up. Team player, that's me.
Glory is almost yours!
You're ready for action. Don't mind me. I'm just dying. This is real firepower. My good deed for the day. You're welcome. Well,
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Good round. It was super high
lovely,
screen.
just say it. There's nothing
Oh,
I
why?
can't fix.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Your idealism refreshes a battered old soul.
You can't be that old.
Astral projection makes me feel old.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Yeah, I do country stuff, but I wouldn't call myself a country hick.
This is a nice spot.
Heads up, hostiles.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. Us against the world!
Whoa! How did I get hit with that? That was the most ridiculous getting hit by ult ever.
I'll patch you up. Out of the infirmary. This is a nice spot. You're ready for action. Your powers are mine.
Yo, Kia, I'm about to pop a ult.
Ready for a boost?
Don't see Wolverine go down.
Someone scratch my back.
Instantly died when I popped it.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
You're ready for action.
Fuck you, squirrel girl.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Yeah, me and his fucking sight the whole time.
Khonshu's avatar is here.
I'm opening a portal.
I feel like I'm being watched.
They've almost got it!
By the eye of Agamotto.
Fuck! Really?
By the eye of Agamotto.
He goes right for me.
Oh, I'm gonna get some revenge.
Fighting until we have a winner.
Fuck. I was trying to survive it.
Any healing is good.
Double KO!
I'm in 7 and 7.
When the chips are down, you want your heroes a little roguish and scruffy, like me.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Hey, Rocket! Quill, you got your ship? 'Cause if you do, let's get out of here.
But we're supposed to save the world?
Fine. We'll save the world.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
We are warriors, no matter what worlds we come from. Do not lose sight of that.
Relay deployed. It ain't cheap. Oh boy. Don't mind me. I'm just dying. You're ready for it. See? I'm fucking helpful.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. The mission area is yours.
I'll patch you up. Now the next place to attack.
Withdraw from battle.
Come back.
Let's take a step back.
You're ready for it.
Doctor Strange is...
You're welcome. Those guys are about to shoot at us.
Doctor Strange is...
This is real firepower! Someone scratch my back. You're ready for powers of mine!
Holy shit, how did he get me? Lucky ass Loki motherfucker. Holy shit! What the fuck happened here? Thanks for that. Gave it a right to Squirrel Girl.
Here comes Rocket again. You're ready for action.
Needed a little boost. Thanks. I'm ready to unleash my mystic power.
This is a nice spot.
Good game.
Another epic victory. Big win.
Loki was a DPS. Yay, upward momentum, mostly. Oh, he started off as a tank, did he? Oh. $17 all. I have confidence in this team. I have all the confidence. All the confidence. All of it. No doubt. Maybe a little bit of doubt.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Who are you calling a raccoon?
God damn. Whole bunch of Insulocks. Negative aura.
Round one, go!
There's nothing I can't fix.
It'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Does anyone wish to find out if they're worthy? Come on, it'd be
I'm hulking.
There's Cap, Jane Foster, that alien horse guy.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Extra lethal.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
what he has done to Asgard and all other planets. What have you seen
I'll patch you up.
Good medicine.
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just dying. Back to the deck, vile creature. I'll patch you up. I'm telling you, I saw one of these on a beach in Jersey once. You're ready for action. They're on your tail.
Whoa, where'd that Hulk come from?
Better stop that vehicle. They've made it halfway. Stop them. There's still a chance to stop them.
Our adversaries gather.
You're ready
fuck? Why did I go that way? I wanted to go up. Well, I was dead anyway. That cloak and dagger would have gotten me.
Relay deployed. It ain't cheap. You're ready for action.
Looks like Namor brought in his own.
Better stop that vehicle! There's still a chance to stop them!
So much for Namor stepping up our shoulders.
I'll patch you up. Team play.
Hostiles coming in fast.
More tentacles than Gargantua's himself. Letting the Dark Child out.
This is real firepower.
Stop them in their tracks!
Shame in defeat by Doctor Strange.
Who have we here?
That's right. Back up. Goats.
You're ready for action.
I am ready to put on a show!
Looks like Namor.
Us against the world!
Whoa, what did I get? Oh. Oh, he just accidentally hit me somehow.
Relay deployed. It ain't cheap.
Group up, group up.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
You're welcome.
With you!
By the eye of Agamotto.
I'll patch you up.
Better stop that vehicle!
What the fuck are these things, Namor?
It's now or never! Stop them!
I am Asgard's might.
Looks like Namor brought in.
I'll patch you up.
Ready to unleash the light
You
force.
stop them in their tracks!
I'm opening a portal.
This is real firepower. Team play. That's me. You're ready for
Us against the world! I am ready to put on a show!
You're welcome. I'll patch you up. See? This is a nice spot.
Only 60 seconds left!
You're welcome.
You stop them in their tracks!
Someone heal me up. Squids? I was fine.
Oh, fuck. I dove right into that. That was stupid. That was dumb. That was really, really dumb.
Double KO.
Gonna get some revenge.
Rainbow stands with you!
Us against the world. You're welcome. Appreciate the boost. Armor back here. Pay up.
Final 10 seconds.
This is real firepower. All right, that feels better. Good deed for the day.
Let's keep fighting until we have a winner. I am ready to put on a show. The current score is 0-2.
Good round.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
Round 2,
Guard the
go!
galaxy, sure. But sometimes we take stuff other people are using to save yourselves.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Asgard. Hey, Thor, let me see the hammer.
No.
I just want to see if it'll charge up my gun. Come on, I'll give it back.
No.
Come on!
The battle starts in 5, 4,
I got a Punisher on the top.
2, 1. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
You're the boot of a vile usurper.
Hostiles coming in fast.
Do that monk anywhere.
Only Yarnbjorn can stop the tapping machine. Let's make sure it gets
I'll
there.
patch you up.
I'll get you next time.
Ow! That fucking hurt!
Okay. We're moving along.
Those guys are about to shoot at us. This is real firepower.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
Team play. That's me.
Good game.
3, 2, 2. Another epic victory.
Damn, 35 and 10. All right, now we're back to platinum. There we go. Good game on all accounts. Damn. That's probably one of the ones where I got the most amount of kills on. Damn. Still survivable. All right. Let me get some stuff real quick. Frozen Fathoms. Frozen Fathoms. As Lunaso, freeze an enemy Namor with absolute zero. Nice! Didn't know I got that one. That's cool. Alright. Let's see now. Nobody I know. Nobody. Alright. Now for the season, let's get some emotes stuff. Scarlet Witch. All right. There we go. We're going to equip that. And then some team. I'm going to go with the gold first. Lattice. Can be exchanged for everything, including another battle pass. All right. Do I have any more missions left? Nope. Got all the missions. Hooray! Till the new season starts. In 7 days. Okay. I think that's how it works. 7 days. All right, competitive, up in platinum, baby. Let's go. Come on, diamond. Gotta get better though. I really like Rocket's survivability, though. I should probably stop bugging out so much, though. Gotta rocket straight up. Just off to the side more. That'll save me more time. Sitting on the potato internet. Ye old internets. Gotta help the spider. I like this map actually. Fun. Okay, come on now. Do 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 do. Potato turnip. 5. Oh no. Just wait. Figured. Penalize them. Slow internet. Further up in platinum. Quit. Jobs.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not
Go.
judging.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
Snow. Kill that motherfucker. Oh yeah.
I'm a good guy who occasionally takes
Why-
stuff that doesn't
Why am
belong.
I frozen? What's
30
happening?
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Armor patch here. Pay up.
I feel like we have something in common.
A love of things that explode.
I meant excellent bushy tails.
Yeah, I guess that too.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I'm a soldier. All this stuff with celestial beings is way above my rank.
Relay deployed. It ain't cheap. Don't mind me. I'm just dying.
Give me the juice, Rocket. Hit that Z, boy.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Didn't know if you were gonna hit your turret or not.
I'll patch you up.
That's much better.
No, our vans are gonna be
Mission area is yours.
It's
ours. Woohoo! Feel the pull.
Holy shit. Ran from the frying pan into the fire. She's got way too much reach on that attack.
I'll patch you up. Relay deployed.
Here's the spot to attack. Ooh, a touch of healing. Good to go. Shields up. Us against the world.
Okay, I'll patch you up. I'm doing this my way. Assemble!
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
By keeping the stacks, Groga, you might as well switch. Keep me healed and we'll win the game. Trying to rank up, bro.
That's 3.
Things are gonna be different this time. Armor pads here. Pay up.
I'm good to go.
Who needs a power up?
They've almost got it.
You're ready for action. This is real firepower. Okay.
I am ready to go on a show.
Oh, fuck me, really?
I'm back.
Control lost.
You're ready for action.
That's much better.
Armor pads here. Pay up.
You'll have to keep fighting
I
until
just had to touch. No other choice.
This place is begging to be attacked.
How do you hit the point? Jesus.
Yeah, score girl. I'm telling you, bro. Get off that shit.
Some of my best friends are crooks and villains.
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
A symbiote?
So they go from Squirrel Girl to
Fine. Try not to drip any photo wet. Just want my fur.
oh, good God.
Starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Let's lock in, guys.
I'm a natural joker who is
Relay deployed. It ain't cheap. Who needs a power up?
that's better.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Feeling fantastic.
The mission area is yours.
Even small victories are worth celebrating.
I'm sparking help. Okay, hold your horse. I'll patch you up.
Saw me coming.
Don't mind me. I'm just dying. Ready for a boost? I'm back.
Yo, Hulk, we gotta back up.
You've captured more than half
Nah,
of
for
the
real?
mission area. Keep going.
Armor pads here. Fire. Pay up.
Iron Man, you're so trash. It's unbelievable.
It's not even his fault. It's the Rockets, honestly.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Chat, I was just given a Valentine's Day gift from my parents-in-law. And it says on there, you may be worthy to tenderize your food. Let's see what it is. I see the Marvel logo. Okay. Is it stuck to a box? Is it taped to the box? Oh, it is. It is a Mighty Thor's Mjolnir meat tenderizer. Nice. Very nice.
Before you attack, get ready.
Hey, I like your firearms. Never thought I'd find someone with the same taste on this backward planet.
Nice. You think you're worthy?
I don't know if I'm worthy.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
I don't know how she got me so fast.
You're welcome. Get ready to lock and overload. Team player, that's me. Armor patch here.
Get that vehicle moving again!
You're ready for action. I'm doing this my way. That fucking hurt.
Only 60 seconds left.
Hostiles.
I got you, Psylocke.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
I'll patch you up.
We're being targeted by a sniper. Powering up.
Ready for a boost? This is real firepower.
Disappear!
Battlefield ready again. I am strengthened for battle.
Against the world! Final 10 seconds!
Ah, fucking sniper.
Winner! Anyone willing to help? It's spider time! Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
You're welcome. Armor patch here. Pay up.
Keep our eyes on this spot.
Plasma burst!
Who needs a power up?
Don't.
Ready for action.
You're halfway there. Keep going!
Scratch my back. See, I'm fucking helpful.
Double KO! Almost there. Don't turn back now.
This is a nice spot. I'm opening a portal. A short
Not right on top of.
Only 60 seconds left.
So.
Shanti's power.
Ah, fucking Hawkeye.
Think about what
By
you
the
did.
eye of Agamotto.
Double KO!
Things are gonna be different this time.
Get that vehicle moving again!
This is a nice spot. Yeah. Get ready to lock and overload.
Down to 30 seconds.
I go deep for the day. Those guys are about to shoot at us. Mind me. I'm just dying. Never miss. Look out.
Disappear! Final 10 seconds. It's spider time! We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
This is real fire.
Behind us.
What are we doing, Tony? We need to.
No.
Spiders get the job done.
You ain't got rid of me yet.
The current side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
Round two. Go.
But sometimes we take stuff other people are guarding.
We gotta find a way to stop their two snipers.
Yeah.
We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Hey, I like your firearms. Never thought I'd find someone with the same taste on this backward planet.
Yeah. What do you got in your trash can?
Let's see. Ion turret, photon reaction chain gun, mini black hole.
That's interesting. It actually has armor.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
I'll do what's needed to win this. It does mean taking off.
Oh my god. I'm fucking eaten alive. She's way too good with that.
This is a nice spot. You're ready for action.
I'll get you next time. Hey, I think the we're being targeted by a sniper.
Get ready to lock and overdose. See, you're welcome. Here they come.
Powering up.
Disappear!
I am strengthened for battle. Here, sniper.
You're ready for action.
Burst! Fire mode!
Turret's blown. I'm infantry again. Back and stand.
See, I'm doing it again. You're welcome.
You're stored help, remember? You know what to do, spiders.
Sniper, look out! Battlefield ready.
I could deep, but get ready to lock.
Stop them in their tracks!
You're welcome. Someone scratch my back.
See there? The sniper. They're coming up.
This is real firepower. I'll patch you up.
I am strengthened for battle.
Disappear!
Oh.
Armor packs here. Hey up.
I'll get you next time.
Never miss. You're welcome.
You know what to do. Better stop that vehicle!
Who needs a power up?
They hit a check. Now might be the time to
Holy fuck!
Just what the doctor ordered.
double KO!
That was a weird hitbox.
Better stop that vehicle!
That was a really weird hitbox. Oh my god.
Relay deployed. It ain't cheap.
Oh my god!
There's still a chance to stop them.
Black Widow on the upper right.
You're ready for action. This is a nice spot. Hey, sniper! Rockets coming for you.
Final score.
What?
2-2.
Nobody contested the point. Back to gold 1. Again. Oh my god, I hate this. I hate this. I really, really hate this. I hate being stuck in ELO hell with a bunch of people who, for some reason, are up in gold. Don't know how I made it that high. God.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
One flat side to the main, and one trip side. That's cool.
Unless the wrong thing is more fun.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Worst part about white costumes, the blood stains. Am I right?
I wouldn't know. I don't fight to hurt people.
Well, when I'm done here, you'll have plenty of folks to heal. Trust me.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
I wonder how Chronovium plays with the Dark Force.
Oh man, I gotta make another.
Behind us.
Up. Still don't see.
I'll patch you up. Someone scratch my back.
I'm good to go.
Who needs a power up? I'll patch you up.
I don't know what the hell hit me. Friggin' Spider-Man.
Here comes Rocket again.
They got a Spider-Man.
Terrible. don't know why this Moonlight is just so far away from me.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Oh no, growth! Now I gotta go grow you from a twig. Again. Relay deployed. It ain't cheap.
Fuck you, Tandy Bone.
This is real firepower.
Oh my god!
Rockets launching again.
Us against the world.
Get ready to lock.
There's still a chance to stop them.
I'll patch you up.
Fucking Stampede. That bullshit. You lucky bitch.
Relay deployed. It ain't cheap. You're welcome. Team play. That's me.
You stopped them in their tracks. Watch me soar. The current
Good round.
score is 0-2. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Yep.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
Round 2.
Crooks and villains. Armor patch here. Pay up.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Hey, Rocket. Quill, you got your ship? Because if you do, let's get out of here.
But we're supposed to save the world?
Fine. We'll save the world.
I would go tank.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Y'all a bunch of deadweights. I can do this myself. Someone scratch my back. Back from the brink, baby.
Penny to the right.
Just what we need. This is a nice spot. Some kind of spider nest here. Ready for a boost? Some help would be good. You're welcome. I'll patch you up.
It's spider time!
Oh, fucking Punisher.
Man, y'all split off way too much.
Glad to help.
You're welcome.
I'm good to go. Hostiles up front.
Who needs a power-ups?
I'm doing this my way.
Relay deployed. It ain't cheap. I'll patch you up.
I'll get you next time.
This is real firepower. I'll patch you up. I could need for the day.
Judge, jury,
This
executioner.
is real firepower. I'll patch you up.
Us against the world.
Fucking dumbass.
fucking hate that squirrel stampede. Couldn't put up that wall fast enough.
Or a dagger. I'm hit.
I'll patch you up. This is real firepower! My improvise is so much better. You're ready for action. I'm doing this my way. Leave them to my shoe. You're welcome. Punisher's down. I'll patch you up. All right, that's
Fuck you, squirrel bitch.
Screw is fumbling so hard.
My God.
Oh, I'm not gonna make it easy. Yeah. Beacons on the fritz. You're ready for action.
So cold. Only 60 seconds left.
Needed that fast. This is real firepower. I'll patch you up. Leave them to Khonshu. Go down. That fucking hurt.
Disappear! Down to 30 seconds.
You're ready for action. I'm doing this my way. This is a nice spot. That's a dead offense.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
This is real
Us against the world.
By the eye of Agamotto.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
I'll patch you up. This is real firepower.
You got Losing it. Yeah, this guy moves so hard.
Fucking trapped.
Final score 1-2-2. Well, you can't expect to win them all.
God, I hate being in gold. I hate it. Probably could have done better in healing, but God. Nobody could fucking kill their rocket, huh? Being in gold, I hate being in gold.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
I don't think so, Zachary.
Round
When the
one,
chips are down, you want your heroes a little roguish and scruffy, like me.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You can't have my new arm, Rocket.
I'll make it with you. Why, oh, Bucky? Go on, name your price.
Raccoon skin hat.
Yikes. I mean, technically I ain't a raccoon, but something tells me I shouldn't push my luck.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
We'll do this the same way we always do. Together.
This is a nice spot.
Uh-oh, they don't look friendly.
You're ready for action.
Powering up. A little help, please.
My good deed for the day.
Really? Fuck you, Penny.
He'll winner, he'll winner.
Bro, you're actually walling, saving the enemies again. Why do those fucking brutes always save the enemies? I don't get it, man. You walled off like people that are at 1 HP that I'm shooting too. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm actually having a fucking mental breakdown at these fucking brutes.
You're welcome. Much better.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
This is a nice spot.
T'Challa needs this fancy statue. Some sort of spider nest.
Powering up. Video spotted back.
Oh, that fucking hurt. You're welcome.
I appreciate it. Invisible? Feeling fantastic.
I'll patch you up. Again. My good deed for the day. This is real firepower.
You're halfway there. Keep going. Systems restored.
Nice job, guys. Nice job.
This is a nice spot. Some sort of statue.
Almost there. Don't turn back now. It's spider time!
Anyone willing to help?
Got him!
Groot. You're the best Groot ever. Oh my god, I love Groots. Groots are the best character in the whole fucking game, dude. Why don't I always have a Groot on my fucking team? What the fuck?
This is a nice spot. You're welcome.
That's it! Don't let anything stand in your way.
Get ready to lock and overload. This is real firepower.
Some sort of spider's nest.
So close! This is your big chance!
Ooh, I catch a feeling. Systems restoring.
I'll patch you up.
It's spider time! I am ready to put on a show!
Now I gotta go grow you from a twig. Again. You're ready for action.
Yeah, yeah.
I found more foam spiders.
Sorry guys, I had really bad positioning there. I got it. Yeah, I was feeling myself.
Team player, that's me.
Yep. Keep it up. Keep it up. Nope. Keep it up. Keep it up.
This is a nice spot. I'll patch you up. This is real firepower. Don't mind me. I'm just dying. You're welcome.
Hey, we gotta flank that nest.
Okay, the spider nest is gone.
It's spider time!
Twigs all grown up. The king wants his cat figurine? Okay, whatever.
Over here.
This is a nice spot. I'll patch you up. Who needs a power up?
Fuck. Really?
Guys, just a tip. If you ever hear Jeff making that sound, fucking spread out. Please. Please. You guys are all standing on the cart just waiting to get gobbled up, man.
Groot literally walled me into the enemy spawn. You literally walled me into the enemy spawn. You fucking cockpuncher, dude. What the hell?
I'll patch you up.
Anyone willing to help?
You're ready for
30 seconds!
Disappear! Systems restoring. Spider robot.
This is real firepower.
I got the nest.
Let's go.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Spider bots. I prefer.
Who needs a power up?
It's including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
Round 2.
You can count on me. I got a plan.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
It ain't cheap. What, humans? They don't understand anything because they never listen.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Here I thought the Second World War was a
Where'd the Bucky go?
You're ready for action. You're welcome. Who needs a power up?
Good hold.
Another epic victory! Big win! Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
Oh, good God. Got 3 lords. Oh, man.
Some of my best friends are crooks and villains.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Hey, Thor, let me see the hammer.
No.
I just want to see if it'll charge up my gun. Come on, I'll give it back.
No.
3 healers is meta, too.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Mjolnir, let heaven and hell hear thy sword.
Now see them. That fucking hurt. Relay deployed. It ain't cheap. You're welcome.
I am barely wounded.
My good deed for the day.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. Mission area is yours.
I'll patch you up.
Feeling fantastic.
I'll patch you up.
I'll get you next time. There they are. What a victory. A stranger, so it begins.
You're ready for action. My good deed for the day.
Feeling stronger already.
You have my thanks.
Step aside.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Someone scratch my back. You're ready for This is real. This is real.
Fuck you, squirrel girl. Where are you going, Jeff?
We guard the galaxy, sure. But sometimes we take stuff other people are guarding.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Flying formation.
Currently interested in fighting against our common foes.
When this battle is won, grant me the honor of besting you in combat.
You'll have to let this mom stretch first, but then you're on.
The battle starts in 5.
Oh, God.
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Too often, men prove themselves worse than demons.
That was a little messed up there. Thanks.
I am ready to put on a show!
That's better. Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
I am Asgard's might!
You're welcome.
Feeling fantastic.
Team play. That's me.
Mission area is yours.
Well done. That's better.
I'll patch you up.
I must regain my full power first.
You're ready for action.
Feeling stronger already.
The moon haunts you!
That fucking hurt.
Your Namor's friends? Anyone willing to help?
This is real firepower.
Feeling
You're welcome.
fantastic. What a difference. Sorry. Shields up. Watch. I am ready to put on a show. Keep going. Oh, they're so sparkly.
You're welcome. My good deed for the day. Those guys are about to shoot at us.
Just trying to hold the point. Oh my God, really?
This time.
Bastard.
You're welcome. This is a nice spot.
I'll go for here. That was just in time. Clearly, you needed some help. Anyone willing to
I'll
help?
patch you up.
Control C's. The area's almost yours.
Stronger already.
I'll patch you up. Armed and dangerous.
Oh my God.
Double KO.
Things are gonna be different this time.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
You're welcome.
Your Namor's friends?
All right. Or escaping. I get out of gold because all right, chat. This is probably going to be the last round, regardless of whether or not. I got a date tonight. Would you like to know? Nobody important. Suzu's now glaring at me. Come on, stick of sugar with your potato internet.
Make all the difference.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh? But sometimes we take stuff other people are guarding.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
So, you commune with ancient gods once in a blue moon, right, Doc?
On occasion. But to serve as one's avatar must be exhausting.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't comment. Khonshu is always listening.
Perhaps a divine...
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Richardson Stark, they know everything.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
I am strengthened for battle.
What's this? Some sort of
No symbol of Khonshu shall resist Dr. Strange.
Khonshu has his eye on you.
Thanks. Better stop that vehicle.
You're welcome. Khonshu. Love battlefield medicine. Team play. That's me. This is real firepower. You're ready for action.
Destroy these unks as soon as you see them.
You stop them in their tracks.
Us against the world. That's a edge off. Thanks. On your toes. Here they come. Tandy needs help.
Good medicine.
I am ready to put on a show.
Destroy these arcs when you find them.
You're welcome.
I unleash the Shanti's power.
Oh, got ganged up on. Yeah, line walked right into that. Oh my god! Stupid roof!
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
I'll patch you up.
Better stop that vehicle.
Relay deployed. It ain't cheap. Andy needs help.
I'll get you next.
Behold the god of by the eye of Agamotto. Tremble before Bast.
God, I hate that fucking tickle monster.
Tremble before Bast.
They've made it halfway. Stop them.
Mantis is now ready to help.
Armor patch here. Pay up. Oh, someone scratch my
Anyone
back.
willing to help?
The moon haunts you.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Feeling fantastic.
Who needs a power up?
Sorcerer supreme.
I am wounded. Who will help?
You're welcome.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Us against the world. This is real firepower.
I am strengthened.
I'll patch you up.
Shields up.
The shunt is power.
Fire hose. I am ready to put on a show.
Now I see them.
You're ready for action.
Gather around.
A shield? Well, okay.
Look out behind you.
I made fun of her, but she was a good friend. This is a nice spot. Another arm. I'll patch you up.
I hate these roofs!
That vehicle.
I am strengthened.
Get out here? Alright, Connie, take care.
Double KO. It's now or never. Stop them.
You're welcome.
Feeling fantastic.
Don't give them
Tremble before Bast. By the eye of Agamotto.
Whoa, we need some backup here.
The moon haunts.
The current score is 0-3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
Round 2.
The right thing, unless the wrong thing is more fun.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Shin, what the-
Someday I'd like to see Talocon.
I have brought part of it to the surface.
You did?
You might be surprised where.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
More
Ah, fuck you, Strange. He's like, oh, that one right there.
I'll patch you up. That is much better. Who needs a power up? See, this is a nice spot. You're welcome. This is real firepower. Team play. That's me. Incoming.
Judge, jury, executioner!
A nice deep freeze.
That fucking hurt.
I was worried.
Behold the god of thunder!
Come on. Really?
Behold the god of thunder!
You ain't got rid of me yet.
Tremble before Bast!
Down to 30 seconds. Get that vehicle moving again.
You're welcome.
We're gonna do this. See that? Right there.
Like sharks, you must keep swimming to survive. Armor patch here. Pay up. Stand down. I'll patch you up.
Final 10 seconds.
We will guide.
That is much better. That's me.
By the eye of a...
Thank you. I was getting sick of that asshole killing me.
This is real firepower. More dangerous. Firepower.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
You're welcome.
We will guide Spider Zero to the Weaver.
The upgrade rocket.
The emanations of power here. Nearly overwhelming. Judge,
Only 60
jury,
seconds left.
executioner! Behold the god of thunder!
Get in your way.
Good medicine.
You're welcome.
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
I could eat for the
Thanks so much. Down to 30 seconds.
This is real firepower.
The final 10 seconds.
Ready for a boost?
No symbol of Khonshu can resist Doctor
You're welcome.
Good medicine. By the eye of Agamotto!
So close. It's your big chance.
People usually don't let me into shrines.
A nice deep freeze.
Ready for action? See, I'm fucking helpful.
The current score is 3-2-3.
Good job.
Who are you calling a raccoon?
which team to win this one.
Stupid roof stopping me. Why can't you climb on the ceiling, Rocket? Why?
We need to keep rolling. Be careful over here. 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I feel like we have something in common.
A love of things that explode.
I meant excellent bushy tails.
Yeah, I guess that too.
Roll up. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Only 60 seconds left.
Ready for a boost?
There they are.
Hey, quick Sue. Does anyone get the feeling that Loki has bigger plans than just
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
My good deed for the day. You're welcome.
Down to 30 seconds.
I am strengthened for battle.
Relay deployed. It ain't cheap. Someone scratch my back.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
I appreciate you.
Ready for a boost?
Final 10 seconds.
Smart and helpful. I'll patch you up. This is real firepower. I'm all you guys safe as you try. Team play, that's me.
Retreat is the only option.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
You're ready for action.
How refreshing. The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Ready for a boost?
Thanks for the upgrade, Rocket.
Ooh, a touch of healing.
My good deed for the day.
Wolverine on the right.
You're ready for action. Team play, that's me.
I am strengthened for battle.
Don't mind me.
Us against the world.
You're welcome.
I am ready to put on a show.
I'm extra lethal.
By the eye of Agamotto, behold the god of thunder!
This is real firepower.
Keep going.
Of life and destiny. Bring it on.
Oceans protect me.
Almost there. Don't turn back now. Be your best self.
Ready for a boost? I'll patch you up. Armed and dangerous.
Ah, damn.
Come back here. Armed and again.
Good push. Really good push.
2, 3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
kids. Stay strong.
Your idealism refreshes a tired old soul.
You can't be that old.
Astral projection makes me feel.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It seems we have company.
Once we get this timeline thing sorted out, I'm taking a long vacation
You
somewhere.
need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Tentacles think Argantos himself.
Tandy needs help.
Good medicine.
Better stop that vehicle.
I'll patch you up.
Thanks.
Us against the world.
You're ready for action.
Your devotion to Namor sealed your fate.
You're welcome. Down. That's fucking hurt.
Better stop that vehicle.
Damn, didn't drop fast enough.
Feel the ocean's chill.
Double KO.
Comes rocket again.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Armor packs here. Pay up. You're welcome.
I need medical support.
Better stop that vehicle.
This is real firepower.
I am ready to put on a show.
I'm fucking helpful. Get ready to lock and overload.
I'm good to go.
You're ready for action.
Only 60 seconds left.
Become like me. I'm hunkering down. So long.
You're welcome.
You stop them in their tracks.
Us against the world.
Behold the god of thunder!
Armored up. I'll patch you up.
I am strength.
Down to 30 seconds.
Armed and
By the eye of Agamotto.
again.
Fuck.
Armed and dangerous. I'm gonna get some revenge.
The final 10 seconds. There's still a chance to stop them. No, I've only keep fighting until you have a
This
winner.
is real
Stop that vehicle.
firepower.
Unleash the Vishanti's power. I'm doing this my way.
My good deed for the day.
Good game.
Final score 5-4. Another epic victory. Big win.
Okay, back to platinum. Well, chat, that was a good way to end it. So, we are going to find somebody to raid. Let's see now. Who is available? Searching. Let's see here. Can't read. Zashi Black? Maybe? Yeah. Raid is Zashi Black. Doing a karaoke night. Anyway, I want to thank you all for coming out. And we'll see you next time. Bye for now.